Can you hear me? Just checking microphones, and hello, everybody. Merpay Mercoin Fintech 2023 will be starting. Now, and today, there's two people who will be doing opening, and myself. And I also will be moderating the closing as well. And first, self-introduction. Please go to the next slide. Hello. Now let's start the self-introduction. And I am a Merpay's internet idol, and my name is M. Hidaka. Nice to meet you. And today's opening, and he also will be helping me. Matsuyama speaking, and Merpay client area, and which I am in charge of. Nice to meet you. Hello. And many page managers are here as well. And well, he's a good friend of mine, although it doesn't sound like that. And now, please go to the next. And for the first 10 minutes, it's going to be the opening, and I'll be talking here. And today, and this is the first day, so therefore, I would like to make it very proper. And this is going to be the 3 days online sessions, and I will be joining with you. And Matsuyama-san also will be talking about the ones that he really likes, or the ones that he will recommend. I will actually see all the presentations, though, but still there is something that and the theme for this case is Unleash Fintech and Merpay and Mercoin's technology area that we'll be focusing on, and especially we'll be focusing on the fintech business of the Mercari Groups. And please look forward here that. And at the very beginning, and there is something that I would like to tell you, and please go to the next. And there is a language channel, and that is available, and this is going to be the Japanese channel, and then also there is an English channel available. And therefore, the English speakers or the people who wants to see the sessions in English, please check this. And this is the URL, and that's in the YouTube's overview explanation. So please refer to that. And maybe you have already closed. However, underneath, and there is an overview of the event. Please refer to that, and that includes the URL as well as timetables. Now, next. Now, about 100 people or so attending, and this is an online event that everybody gathers, and there's a code of conduct, and please refrain from the harassment so that we can actually have the fun event. So please refer to the YouTube's overviews, and please check this code of conduct. And now, and we actually want to sort of make it fun event, and there's a comment, and this is a comment from you, and on the YouTube chat and right hand side, please use that chat, or you can also use that you can post on that, and hashtag is going to be Merpay Mercoin Fintech, and that's we have prepared. Please use this. And Matsuyama-san. And maybe it's difficult to post the comments, so hope that we can get the comments from a lot of people. And please take a look at the next one. And this is the exercise for the posting comments. And can you go ask the questions? And this is a FID. How do you call this FID? What is this? And I think that anko, or the bean paste, is inside, and with the and this is made from the flowers. And how do you call this? And with the original the comments that you can post it. And how do you call this? Sweet. And this is something like a baked something. And myself. And I'm from Kansai area, the west side of Japan, and goza soro, and that's the name of the those kind of products, I think. And kaiten yaki, we call it. And there's a lots of different types of the names. Oban-yaki, somebody said the oban-yaki. Imagawa-yaki is the other answer that we see. And there's a lot of the answers that we are getting from the posting. That's quite interesting. And baked mocha-mocha, and which local or the place that they call it baked mocha-mocha. And it sounds cute. And I kind of thought that that's English name, but... So in this way, after that you can post the comments during the sessions. And the speaker will be really happy to receive that comments. And in the X, the speakers, it's possible to reply, they will reply. So please use this chat in a casual way. Maybe you can confirm, is my understanding correct? I'm checking, and it seems to be there's the lots of the local, the names of this food. That's good. And there's a lot variety of the answers, and we'll have a good friendly atmosphere. So that was exercise for posting comments. And also there's a question area that I would like to talk about it, and please go to the next slide. And this is about the survey, and we do it every day. And if you experienced one session, and then please fill in this survey. And there's a lottery, and 100 people will be able to get the Mercari's towels, and then also a book of the Mercari Tech. 400 people, those are available. And now, today's talking session, Matsuyama-san, and I think that you can recommend some of the sessions. Can you? Okay. And please go to the next slide. And although I will be observing every presentations, however, these are the ones that I will be paying attention to the most, and the keynote, the first one, and also panel discussions with the 3 people, and keynote as a Mercoin companies, and he will be talking about the business, and then also be talking about the fintechs, and then also we'll be able to understand the overview of those kind of industries and fintechs and technologies. And you can also pick up the sessions if you don't have much time. In the case, please select this one of those. And if you want to see all the sessions, if you hear the keynotes, you will be able to understand that the positioning of each presentations. So that's why this could be a map for overall presentations. And that is a keynote. And please go to the next slide. And this is the migration to GroundUp applications in relating to Merpay iOS. I don't explain details. And beside the other capability with that Merpay, and there's a migrations and Merpay area, and there's the old one and the new applications, and we need to run. And there's a Merpay card, the large the size development of the functionality, and that has been done, and he will be talking about this as well. And then also when it migrate to the new one, and in the case, and how the code can be is sort of unified. And in relation to the migration to the GroundUp app, and how we can migrate that. And there's Android version, which I have talked about last year, and 1 year has passed since then. And there would be some gaps of the differences, and in case of the iOS, what will happen. So you'll be able to hear that. And it may not be possible to record everything at once. However, he will be talking about those kind of migration. It seems to be, this is quite interesting. And please go to the next slide. And this is FIDO and discussions and the service, OS service, and it will be deployed. And those histories and then also the futures. And you probably will be able to learn. Thank you very much. And everything, every presentation that you would like you to listen to, but we talk about the keynotes and then also those 2 sessions that Matsuya has selected. Now it's about time to open. So let's go to the first recommended sessions. And please, I think that the preparation for the keynote is done. And please enjoy today's session. And over the 120 people are actually watching this. So I hope that this is going to be a fun event. And Matsuyama-san, thank you very much for joining. And please continue and stay with us, with the audience. And pretty soon, we will move on to the next session, so please wait for a while. And we would like to conclude the opening. Thank you very much, and let's have fun. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hidaka-san, Matsuyama-san, thank you very much for opening. So, Mercari Fintech CTO, I am Kimura. Merpay and Mercoin Tech Fest 2023, thank you very much for watching. Merpay back in 2017, so when it was established, now it's 2023. So the settlement and credit card and cryptocurrency, we have provided a number of different financial services. Sorry, I should have turned on my camera. So, and we have a technology which supported such a wonderful successes. So I would like to, again, talk about success and as well as the test cases. And also for financial services, we have a technology foundation which we like to fully leverage for new technology services to have frictionless societies. So we like to offer next generation fintech services. So I sincerely hope that this information will be serving as a food for thought. So let me introduce myself. So I am Kimura. So I'm a CTO for Merpay and Mercoin. So originally, we lost the sound of our main speaker, so interpreter is unable to hear his voice. Again, his mic is muted. Can you hear me now? Sorry, it's technical issue. So I was in charge of machine learning since 2017 at Mercari. So I established the R&D R40. So I focused on AI and covered a variety of research domains. And since then, AI and search engine engineering organization was established and became a director. And also, I led the AI deployment in Mercari, and since 2022 July, so I become a responsible VP of platform engineering for platform development. And since April this year, so I serve as a CTO. So I'd like to take a look at the Mercari Group's fintech business. So as well as the Merpay Mercoin history. So again, so we have celebrated 10 years of anniversary. Again, so Mercari Group is designed to circulate a variety of values to unlock the potential of people and Merpay. And again, that so for the credit information is fully visualized for financial transaction. Again, based on the new credit creation, so we like to, again, create the frictionless societies and Mercoin in addition to money. So cryptocurrency and other, again, the products are leveraged in new economies. So there are a lot of untapped values in the world. And so we like to offer this kind of untapped value to the numerous audience. So as a Mercari, so we like to bridge the peoples with technologies, and we like to create the environment under which, again, the tangible and intangible assets are fully utilized. So here, so you can see that we started the service in February 2019 for ID settlement and QR code settlement, and also post-payment, Merpay Smart Payment. And we launched credit transactions and also Merpay and Smart Money and Mercari. And so the user histories are fully leveraged, and also that Mail Card was launched, and we expanded the services. For the Mail Card, it's been 6 months, and so we issued more than 1 million. So we are among the top credit card players, and so again, so within the Mercari apps, that Bitcoin, again, the exchange is now possible, and the Mercoin spearheaded the development activities. and also that again the balance is used, and also the Mercari point is accumulated into the balance, and so the people can do some Bitcoin transaction with a small amount. So within the first 3 months, so we have 500K users, thankfully, and since 2019, and we started this service in a fintech. So the 15.17 million users. So in a Mercari Group, so we have a circular finance. And so here, so let me talk about the technologies. We have 15 million customers and for our financial services. And so let me talk about the drivers behind this growth. So for financial services, of course, the security element is of great importance, so that, again, the mistake is not allowed. So like a frictionless society. So, and for that, we would like to offer the easy-to-use UI. At the same time, we have to take a defensive approaches. So balance should be done for the defense and offense. So that if we would like to use the easy-to-use UI, so that security might be compromised. So that balance is important. So therefore, the right balance between the defensive and offensive approach. And so we would like to offer the right level of UI in our solutions. So in order to achieve this both defensive and offensive approach, we are making the right degree of investment for our human resource. So if you look at organizations, so we have product engineering teams and the foundation and the platform. We have a platform engineering team, so there are 2 organizations. So since our inception, so product engineering and platform engineering, so we have continued our investment. So the ratio is 50-50. Again, for frictionless user interface in order to and offer that. So we have, again, the half and half ratio for product engineering and the platform engineering. So therefore, even for the system, it is complex, and we are offering the very high availability. And for technology investment, which is serving as a foundation for our services. Let me talk about that. So the fraud detection and security re-architectures and also unique credit models are the one we'd like to talk about for the fraud detection. For this one, so there are some rule-based engine, but we're using that machine learning. The Vertex AI pipeline is used for models standardization, and also for cost reductions. So as a feature core, so we are using Feast, and in addition to cost reduction, as a result, for the engineers' models development, so that we are able to improve the efficiency as well as the productivities. For the Merpay fraud detection, and so that you can see this graph theory. So the dot and line and node, and also the link and aggregate are reflected in the graph. So we have a mathematical theory. So Mercari and Merpay. So there are a wide variety of data. So the customer's account information, and also the settlement, and also the products on the market. These can be presented at the graph. So we are using this graph theory. So the technical graph theory. So last year in the Tech Fest session, so we had the session, so please take a look.
And this year, from 350 on day 2 and day 2, there is some session talking about the fraud detection, and so there's some evolution since last year, so I would really hope that you would view those sessions. And next, moving on to security. With regards to security, 3D Secure or FIDO and Passkey are introduced. And 3D Secure implementation was a countermeasure to prevent fraudulent usage. And compared to 2021, the fraudulent use was pressed down to 1/10. And the diagram shows the situation 1 year ago, but even more recently, we are able to maintain very low situation. And with regards to this implementation, there are some sessions covered in last year's Tech Fest and blog posts. But in terms of the evolution, in December of 2021, we introduced the FIDO Alliance, and also we have been driving the deployment of FIDO authentication into different services of Mercari. In March of 2023, Mercari was released, and we introduced FIDO and Passkey to those services. And we have a session from 4:50 today, so I hope you would watch that session. And we spent about 2.5 years. We have started a project to move to the application that was built from scratch for iOS and Android applications. And we are able to introduce this new version to all the customers, and the code base is modern and compact. And the productivity is expected to improve through this improvement, and we think that we can provide better products and functions more quickly to the customers. And the background to doing the re-architecture was that the introduction of Mercari app was in 2013, and it's close to 10 years since the launch. And the application architecture trend and UI UX framework and the functions that are provided our OS are all significantly changing. And during this time, Mercari have been introducing many different releases, and the code base is very big, and also the maintenance and the build requires a lot of cost. And the modern framework introduction and the new design system had been considered until now. And at the end, from the productivity perspective, we were able to reduce the code volume to about half on Android, and we were able to deliver very good benefits. As was mentioned at the opening, in the first day of Tech Fest, there are many different client sessions, and we are conducting different challenges. So I hope you would stay tuned for these sessions. And this is something that we should not miss out for the technology perspective. This is our unique credit model. We have a certified purchase mediator. We were the first to be certified for that. And depending on the tenure and the annual income, in addition to that, we have the data that's available as Mercari. Based on such information, we're able to judge the credit. And this unique credit model is used for Merpay Smart Payment or Merpay Smart Money or Merpay Card, Mercard. And machine learning is not just used for fraud prevention, but also it is used in this unique credit model as well. And specifically, there are 2 sessions covered in last year's Tech Fest, but also on day 2 today, this year, starting from 3:05 on day 1, there's a session talking about machine learning and quality assurance and risk management. And I am actually involved in this. I mean, what's interesting is that the IT engineers or the IT risk members are having close communication to talk about the AI risk management and how you're going to prevent the fraud going forward, or what's going to be covered in this session. So I hope you would listen to these sessions. So up to this point, I have been talking about the technology challenges and investment in the fintech business up to this point. But going forward, I would also like to talk about the future challenges that we are facing. In the fintech area, as I've explained before, we have been realizing the fundamental services that supports the fintech area. So we built a huge foundation that can realize a frictionless society. So we have the payment system that's easy to use, and also we have the AI credit based on the behavior within Mercari, which is different to the conventional credit. And also there is the eKYC service that allows you to do simple verification of the ID. And also there's the Mercoin as well as a Mercard, which is a credit card service. And this is not the end of the fintech services going forward. In order to realize even more frictionless world, the foundation that was built in order to unleash the fintech services even more, we want to integrate this more into non-fintech areas so that it could be used in areas that are outside of the fintech services, and we believe the platform needs to be reinforced in that direction. And going forward, in order to unleash fintech even more and to make the world even more frictionless, I think there are three following points that are important. First is that we want to leverage the fintech technology so that it could be used for non-fintech area as a fintech platform. I mean, of course, fintech itself, it has very important value, but it will be a very important platform within the Mercari Group. And so we need to focus more on enhancements and AI API improvements so that it could be a platform that could enhance the group synergy even more. And second point is the data foundation. In the fintech area, we are accumulating a lot of payment information. And by reinforcing the data integration within the other services of the Mercari Group, we think we can provide more value to our customers. However, at the same time, the data volume grows. In order to leverage and utilize the data, we need to transform and improve the data platform. Information accessibility and the maintenanceability needs to be improved so that safe data integration can be realized within the group. And lastly, which is the LLM usage reinforcement. Until now, Merpay had been using machine learning in full extent for fraud prevention or credit, but by commercializing LLM, AI can be evolved even further in fintech. And so even for the customers who are not finance savvy, we think we can contribute even more for building a smoother society by realizing an advanced AI. And talking about the group synergy, as I've explained earlier, Merpay and Mercoin has very important functions and information such as credit or payment or crypto assets, and these are used in the Mercari Group. However, in order to provide convenient and affordable services for the customers, the loyalty program would need to have a stronger integration for data, and also for the cross-border services from Mercari, we should be able to provide payment platforms more easily. And in Mercari, we're introducing many new businesses, and it says first party, but in order to realizing new businesses, payment functions or credit functions or security functions, by offering those functions, the new business service provisioning speed can be improved and also allows us to provide better added value services, hence enhancing the group synergy. And of course, in the future, by having a platform that offers functions outside of the Mercari Group, we think that we can improve the value as financial services for Mercari, and we hope to contribute more to the improved convenience of the financial services in the world. And as Merpay, for the customers who are using Mercard, we are providing point collection through the royalty program to have them use the services more. And this is heavily related to the data platform. And the services itself are provided, but this loyalty program, in order to support this, the transaction data needs to be efficiently analyzed, and we need to improve the platform to enable us. And in order to have a better integration with the Mercari services, the data structure and the improvement is required. And I talked about the usage of LLM becoming more important, but the trading data should be used and system to comprehensively control that will be very important. And in LLM, a lot of text data or metadata will be important. And for the data structure focusing on AI, will become more important. And in a similar way, data usage, once it becomes more used, the database infrastructure cost will continue to increase as well. And it seems like a really down-to-earth topic, but with the usage of AI being extensive, cost optimization of the infrastructure is very important. And because the data is increasing constantly, we want to lower the infrastructure cost while driving the offensive and defensive measure. And there is a session around LLM usage on day 2, so I hope you would listen to the discussion. And this will be the last slide, but this time the event is under the Unleash Fintech theme, and unleash meaning freeing things, and in the world going forward, we want to contribute to building a frictionless society that is more convenient, and also create a new economy with diverse values. And also, in order to unleash the possibility of people, there's a lot more we can do with the technology. And that was a strong intention of behind holding this event. And by making this technology open to the public, we think we can contribute to the evolution of fintech, and we're very grateful to contribute. And we want to be humble, and sometimes we want to be bold, and we want to be very cautious in some cases to use the technology with confidence to improve the world. And we hope to communicate that through many different sessions. And the engineers are really looking forward to holding this event, and so I really look forward to having this session with you over the next 3 days. Thank you very much.
Now, with that, how to unleash fintech. And this is the theme for the panel discussion. Up until now, we have hosted the Fintech Fest only with the Merpay, but now Mercoin is joined in the fintech area of Mercari, and fintech domain VBOE, Keigo, and New2 is attending in this panel event, and we would like to have that panel discussion. And now let me introduce those people, and I have already done my self-introduction. So Keigo-san, and please do your self-introduction. Hello. Nice to meet you. Merpay VPOB. My name is Keiko. And in 2016, I joined the Mercari Group. And in 2018, when the Merpay is starting, and at that time, and since then, 3 years, I was at the Merpay. And then I was also was working in the new business area. And I came back to Merpay again. And I am a VPOE. And I also would like to talk about the history of what we've been doing in Mercari. And I'm a little bit nervous as well, and hope that it's going to be fun. Thank you. Thank you. Now, you Sam, and platform engineering, he is in charge of. Thank you. And Merpay VP of Engineering, new to. And this May, I joined the company, and onboarding the period has been finished. So from the perspectives, I would like to attend this panel discussion. Thank you. Thank you. Now, before the session starts, if there's any questions, and we'll be waiting for your questions. And this is a real-time presentation of the discussion, and you can post to the chat of the YouTube or the hashtag for the X that you can use it, and at a real-time basis. And if you ask questions, and then we will be able to answer to your questions. So please feel free to ask questions. And the first introduction. At the very beginning, I have mentioned and a keyboard. Merpay's fintech service was released in 2019, and smart payment and smart money, credit card services, and then also Bitcoins. And this foundation was actually prepared already, and then also the number of the users has thankfully reached about 50 millions. And we can also host this Tech Fest, and in the past 1 year, and there was technology challenges, and then also something that we have done, and we will be able to report, and that makes me happy. And especially in the past 1 year, a metal card release, and then also the Bitcoin the transactions, and that was a major release that we have experienced. And then also in today's discussion, and we'll be able to report you the big technology area of the growth that we'll be able to talk to you in the area of the FT, and you'll be able to learn. And Unleash Fintech, and that is a theme, and release the fintech. And so we will be leveraging the platform for the fintech that has been created, and also we would like to expand that to the other services, and that's what we would like to do. And based on that background, I also talked in keynotes, and also defensive is also important, not just attacking. And that is very important. And because the security risk will be increased if that becomes more convenient. So we have to be defensive as well. And in Merpay, and you have a longer experience with the Merpay since the starting point of the Merpay. And Keiko-san, and this is a question to you, Keiko-san. Now, the foundation, the platform development, and that's where we've been focusing on before. And that's I have said. And from your perspectives in the historical area, and what has happened in the past, and what was the concept behind it, what was the background, if you can talk about it, and that would be great. And can you refer to that? Okay. And of course, from the very beginning, and it was not perfect, and there was an area where it was good, and then also still there's an area where we are still suffering, and there's a both area. And the good part of the organizations, which I would like to talk about it, and in Keynote you mentioned about it, and then also in your speech here that you mentioned about it, microservices architecture, and with that we develop, and that's part, and then also the payment and the balance, and the settlement core, which is a microservice, and that we have. And with that, and the independent team is working on for the development, and that is the same from the starting point of the company. And in the past 5 years, since the Merpay has started, engineering organizations, and there was many changes. small and big changes. And the balance that we took and the foundation, the basic concept is the same, I think. And Merpay's engineering organization, which I would like to talk about it. And in the keynote, we mentioned about it, and mainly the product and foundation enabling, and those are the three areas. And the product engineering, and which is very clear, and the new product, the functionality development and improvement, or the customer experience improvement, and that directly linked to that, and the development. And then also as a platform, the foundation part. As I have mentioned before, in the fintech domains, very critical area, that's balance and the settlement, and then also the credit checking and those management and those microservices, very, very critical and important. And that is centralized in one locations, and it's closed. And the exclusive team is looking at that, and the midterm and long term, the strategies that we are taking in terms of the development. And that's what we've been doing from the starting point. And at the end, there's an enabling team, and the backend, and in the client architect, and those people, SRE and data platform people, are in this team, and this is a cross-organizational the team, so that we'll be able to improve the productivity, and we can also solve the technology issues, and each organization focus on the each domains, and of course there's an overlap, but there's some duplication in between in terms of the roles, and that's why we will be able to take a balance of the attacking and also defense. Thank you. So this area from the starting point, from the beginning, and we had a midterm and long-term perspectives and be able to achieve this. So I try to reduce that technical depth and try to improve that. And the organization is established along with. And I think we are good at it, I think. On the other hand, now you two, you're pretty fresh, right? You joined the company quite recently, and you have a fresh view. And how do you view on that, what you have heard about the history? And Mercari. Now, before the Merpay started, Mercari actually grew very much, and it was growing all the time. And because the customer and also the customer actually, and also customers' product engagement, and also the revenue, the sales, conversions, and those fit very much. And this, the transaction settlement area, and that became the Merpay within the group, and that was quite new, and that became that the development of the transactions, and which was quite new, and then this is the circulation of the values, and that has been realized, and that's what I felt from the outside. And Kimura-san, in your keynote, and you talked about the growth chart, and that explains that, and ID, and starting from that, and in the transaction, and QR code, and mail card, and also the latest, the immediate, the settlement, the latest functionality, and then right after that, you'll be able to actually get that, the credit space. And within this time span that you have realized this, and I think that speed of development is very great, and that's what I felt externally and internally.
At the same time, so that we will have more customers and transaction increase, I think the system scalability has to be considered. I was wondering how we should secure, again, the scalability. I know that's a challenge. So after you joined Mercari, so is there any change in your perception? So more like long-term perspective is just something which is embedded in the mind of Mercari peoples. But at the same time, probably since we are relying on our existing foundations, And there might be some cost implication if we try to expand to support the new services. But these are the something we like to intentionally work on. I know there are a number of different topics I'd like to cover today, so I'd like to move on. So that I know the time is limited today. So in the fintech domain, I think the engineering is quite interesting. Of course, we have to develop the robust platform to ensure the security, but at the same time, we like to have a frictionless fintech. I love this mission. So Merpay and Mercoin. So this mission is quite, again, fascinating. So both of you are VPOAs. So how do you find your engineering work exciting? So Keigo-san, what do you think? Well, of course, we can continuously offer the new services. I know that Merpay is a quite new services, so because it's related to our marketplace services, which is Mercari, so that we can circulate the values and we can offer caching functions by selling something, so that people can earn the money and that can be used to buy something in a marketplace. So we didn't really have this kind of marketplace before. So it's really exciting to offer something very new. And so for ID settlement, when we introduced this feature for the very first time, so we were nervous. And also for the Bitcoin financial service launch, and that was challenging, but at the same time, that was also rewarding as well. Thank you. New Tucson, so I'm sure you have some fresh perspective. How do you find your work exciting? So if I look at my career, so I was in a B2B and a B2C. Now I'm in a C2C business. So we always face with the customer, so that's the most exciting part. So we are not the infrastructure provider, but again, so we provide the software to make the society a better place. So that's a very, very exciting thing. And also the reason why I joined Mercari, so just to create a new type of credit and also about the frictionless society. So I strongly believe in that too. So therefore, I'd like to, again, always think about how we can make, again, a platform frictionless. Same time, so we like to encourage our customers to use more services on the platform. I'm sure there are some unexpected technical challenges. So that, well, I used to work for, again, the big IT scalers. So again, so as a Mercari, we like to be a very first IT big scaler to offer the brand new services here in Japan market. Of course, for fintech domains, still there are a number of challenges. Therefore, efficiency improvement and also technical enhancement. So there are a number of things we have to do. I know that time is running out, so we have to move on to next topic. So the Keigo-san, so can you talk about that again, the highlights for this 3-day session? So that panel discussion is scheduled from 3:50 to 4:20 on a day 3. So and we have engineering head and also architect. So and we are planning to talk about the career. And you too, San, can you talk about the session you will be speaking? Day 2, so starts from 3:35. So this is the LLM utilization in Merpay and Mercoin. You can see the guest speakers. So we have the VP of Generative AI and LLM. So using LLM technologies, so that there are some internal hackathon, and so that we are planning to present some of that element. So the generative AI is a trendy topic nowadays, so that again, this topic will be a very interesting one. So these are the sessions you have just recommended. So, Newtu-san, Keigo-san, would you like to talk about this? So the first one, as noted in the opening talk, this is the iOS re-architecture story. So this is that quite large project. And the next one is so that Mercoin and Settlement Foundation deployment story. So Wang Wei-san is also the tech blogger. So based on the Mercari experience, he will talk about how the Mercoin Settlement Foundation was developed. Newtu-san. So I have two. So the Merpay post-payment and also that repayment platform for smart money. And also day 3, Mercoin settlement microservice transaction technologies. So both are related to microservice. So the reason why I'm recommending this is that for transaction, so the microservice deployment is quite challenging because network latency and the number of different variables are the significant challenges. So these are the very important points. So again, you have to set the vision and so create a scenario to achieve the vision. And these two sessions are dedicated to microservices. So that's why I'm recommending this. Thank you very much for, I know the microservices are exciting ones. I want to say that all of the sessions, but especially for Mercoin, use that leading edge architecture. So I can't wait to see. And also that I'm so happy that we have this session. And so I'm hoping this topic will be the main discussion point. So unleash the potentials is one of the main topic. So fintech future. So I know that gigantic topic, but Merpay or the Mercoin perspectives. What kind of a world you'd like to accomplish, and what kind of challenges you'd like to embrace? So would you share your thought? So as I mentioned in my keynote, so we have a foundation to make the services more convenient, but we'd like to expand the scope of adoption of these technologies to unleash the potentials.
And you also has talked about it and the challenge to the world, and that could be quite interesting, I think. And for two of you, for the future, in the Mercari Fintech area, and what we would like to do, what you would like to challenge for, and if you can give us some comments on this. And Keigo-san, probably if you can start from. Let's see. From the product perspectives, current Merpay, I would say it's pretty in a simple manner, there's a wallet, and the money comes into the wallet and then goes out. And in addition, you can buy the Bitcoin and asset management, and that's has been added, I think. And quite recently, settlement, and starting from the ID, and then also the code and the metal card, and I think that it's been well established to a certain extent, I think. And on the other hand, money coming into the wallet, that area or operation in that area, I think that there is much possibility. Not just the buying or the selling, but the more simple asset management. And so the wallet, you can increase the money in it. So keeping that money in the wallet, and that will give you value. And that kind of word, which I would like to realize with the Merpay. From the engineering point of view, in order to do so, and we talked about the defense and also attacks, and high availability and security is needed. And at the same time, the speed in the development is required, and that is very important. And even though we should have the defense the perspective, but at the same time, you should not be too conservative. So at the time of the Merpay was released, and the spanner database was introduced, and that was one thing. And in order to defense, and we should be more focused on the attacking, and that's where I would like to focus. And not too conservative. We should not be too conservative. That's something that we really should be in mind. And from the engineering the point of view, and sometimes do you feel some kind of threat or the risks or sense of emergency? Yes, because to be defensive, that's easy to be defensive as much as possible. You maybe want to keep as it is, or you should use the technologies that has to be already matured. And however, there is the risks, and however, the return might be big. And those kind of new technologies, we should be aware of it. We should keep studying that. And even though the risk is too much, and which is not good, but we should keep eye on those new technologies as well. And we should be aware of that all the time. That's important, I see. And the new area will be managed service and open source. That's you are asking. You are focusing on that. Is that what you're saying? Yes. And of course, the new cloud, the technology, and that's one area. And then also need to talked about LMM, how we can implement. And that area as well, providing the services from that perspective. So I think it's quite interesting, and I think that the application can be much wider. So we should maintain what we have, and at the same time, the new challenge is needed, and that is going to be very important. And now, question to you too: do you have any views on this? Yes, what I think is. The circulation of the values, and which is the mission of the Mercari Group. And there's a variety of the values, and in order to circulate the platform, for example, I think that this is economic area, and a customer, we should set up those kind of the economy world where the customer may think that I want to join in that world, and that we need to work on that. And as I have said, immediate settlement and also immediate recovery of the credit, and which was quite new, and we did not see that in society, and we are using that technology, and it is quite convenient, and the people understand that. And however, still the customer may not know. So in terms of the convenient society, and we would like to deliver that, and so that customer may join this the economic world. In order to achieve that, and the numbers of the customer needs to be increased, and that will lead to the scalability and functionalities, including the security availability, and from the system perspectives. In order to those are the important elements. for the system and responsibility, and that is the biggest area, and that's where I think that there is a high hurdle, and we should unleash that. And that's something that I would like to realize in the future. Thank you very much for your comment. And I've discussed with the Kengo-san also talked about it. It should not be too conservative, and we have to unleash. And you too, you talked about the circulation of the values, and then also from Merpay perspectives, and we deliver the good, convenient the functionality, and you want to communicate that well to the customers. Now, question to Keigo-san, and what do you want to do not to become too conservative? And the current technology, and that is a base. And the middleware, we should not wait, but we should build the middleware as a new software, and as an open source, we can deliver. And that's what I'm thinking quite recently. Thank you very much for your comments. And listening what Nitu said, circulation value of the circulations, and also Keiko-san mentioned about the increasing money in the wallet. Now, the wallet that you can increase the money in it, it's like asset management. And from that perspectives, from the Nitu's perspectives, he talked about the value circulation. And against what Keiko-san said, is there any visions that you would like to realize? Yes, cash in. That is different from the the payment journey, and therefore within the wallet, what we actually get the information from the customers and the credit information, but beside that, we may be able to utilize those information, and that is going to be used for the value circulation for the customers, and Merpay Mercoin. And then also Mercari at the marketplace, where if we can export that, and that will be great. Thank you very much. And data utilization. In the keynote, I talked about it a little. And we've been providing many services, and the types of the data and volume of the data is increasing drastically. And data management architecture that we have been reviewing all the time. But utilization of the data, LLM is getting popular, and therefore we have to evolve in that area, and that's where we are at. So this is asset management, and then also the royalty program, and including some kind of the data science or utilization of the data, and Merpay Mercoin's growth, and that is going to be one of the pillar for growth. I agree to that. And I think that this discussion, we don't have much time. So this is going to be the last one. And if you can give us just one comment each. And as of now, what is the issue or the challenge that you have, and what you want to try in the future? Good things that we have talked about it, but what about the improvement needed? Or what about the area that we need to be improved? If you can give us one remark in this area. And Keiko-san, can you give us just one word for this? And talking about the future, we have talked about the future. However, there's a lot of the issues that we still have. And engineering VP from that perspective, and we are responsible technology improvement, and then also, as we have said, refactoring. And that's where we have to prioritize the product, and we should promote that, and we need to organize that, and that's what we are aware of that.
Of course, we are far from perfect, having said so, however. So I think we are reflecting the right item into our engineering roadmap. And of course, that we like to continuously do so. So engineering roadmap, I think this is excellent because we have a better visibility of what's coming next, both to engineering team and to others. So Newton-san, do you have any comment? So we provide a fintech service. So the security is of the paramount importance. And so that we want our users to feel safe whenever they use our service. So, of course, at the same time, that over and again spec only brings a high cost. Therefore, we like to optimize the cost while and offering the optimum security feature. So that unfortunately the time is up. So this is the very first panel session for this Tech Fest. So we had Newton-san and Keigo-san who shared their thought. So, and of course that Tech Fest has just started. I sincerely hope that everyone will join and will enjoy this 3-day session. And thank you very much for your attention.
Now I would like to start a presentation around the Android automated test operation that's for the one-week release and BIOS. Let me just introduce myself. My name is Ken from the Merpay Android team. I joined Merpay in May of 2021. At this point, I'm working on Merpay Postpay, credit function development, and also automation of regression tests. Thank you for joining us today. And also, from the Merpay Android team, my name is Shimi, and I joined in December of 2021. And as the Android engineer, I've been involved in payment tabs and credit card development and test automations. Thank you. So first of all, I would like to talk about the current release cycle Mercari app and also other regression test automated flow. This content was made public at the Merpay Android event calendar that was disclosed in December 2021, and that blog also talks about the Android test operation. And in the Mercari app excluding year-end at the beginning of the year, we are basically releasing every week, and this is showing the flow until the release. And the right-hand side, starting from the release date, 4 business days beforehand, the branch of our application release is created, and the code that is included in the branch will be the subject for the release. So therefore, if there is a QA that's related to the code for the release needs to be completed by this timing, and it needs to be merged into the main branch. And after that, the Android app and iOS app will spend 1 business day to conduct a regression test, and if there is no critical issues, it will be applied to each store. And as part of the regression test, we are automating this as E2E test. And at this point, we do the release every week, but before the release was made on a biweekly basis. And in the biweekly release cycle, it took a maximum of 2 weeks until from QA completion to release. And so there was large time lag for the functions that are delivered to the customers. And also, in addition to that, if a hotfix was required, it had required additional adjustment cost for the releases, so there were several issues. And right now, we had considered to change the release cycle to every week. And also, if a hotfix was required, unless there is a significant impact, we have also considered the policy of responding to those hotfixes until the next week's release. And the challenge was the time for the regression test. Even for the release cycle was shortened, the regression test contents will not change significantly. So in order to update the release cycle, the regression test that was conducted over 2 days needed to be done within 1 day. And in order to shorten this timing, the regression test automation was required, and that is why we started the initiative that is going to be covered in today's presentation. And because of this background at Merpay, the regression test, part of the regression test that is done before the release is automated as E2E test. The test code is written using a framework called Espresso, and on the CI, the pull request is hooked with a specific label on CI, and also the E2E test is conducted overnight. And also the test itself is using the services that are called Firebase Test Lab that offers test terminals on the cloud, and we do this in parallel. And the result of the test using the Firebase Test Lab is recorded using an API to the TestRail test management tool, and that is the flow of conducting the E2E test. And also, we are conducting some creative measures in some details. The CI executions requires money and time, and so for all the pull requests, rather than conducting the test, as I mentioned earlier, if the pull request has a specific label or by having a specific comment, we're only increasing the required test when needed. And in this example, the GitHub comment by having the MPPUI test filter dashboard comment, the dashboard package test code only is executed. And I will skip this, skip the details in today's presentation, but by using this internal tool called user tools for the test user creation, we are able to conduct the test without using specific users. There is a past blog post, so if you're interested, please refer to that blog post. And next, I would like to talk about the flow of automating the regression test. Regression test automation is conducted by working together with the QA team. As a pattern, there is a case where the new test case is created, and also with the improvement of the existing functions, there's this other pattern of updating the test case. Those are the two major patterns. But in either cases, we use the task management tool called TestRail and Jira. And for the deployment of tests, we conduct this based on the contents that written on the test rail. So starting from the left, the QA team will create the test cases or update the test case, and the contents will be reflected onto the test rail. And in the test rail, the test rail can specify whether the execution is manual or auto, and initially we will select manual. And after that, we create a Jira ticket and post the URL for that case. And once the ticket is created, the engineer will confirm the test rail test case that's written on that ticket and see whether the automation is possible or whether the granularity of the test case is adequate or not. And when they judge the automation is difficult, then the ticket will be closed. And if they judge that the automation is possible, they will deploy the test case by the right timing, and once the deployment of the test case is completed, they will close the test ticket. Or they would change the test case execution types to from manual to auto. And as a result of the regression test, for the ones that have high failure rate, the QA team will re-execute the test manually once again. Next, from posting the blog, in the past 1.5 years, I will talk about the changes that took place. In the past 1.5 years, in Mercari or Merpay, there were several large changes. And for the areas that is impacting our activities, there are 2 points that are shown on this slide, and I will talk about these 2 points. First of all, at Mercari, we have something called a re-architecture project called GroundUp. And we have been continuing that from 2020, and we released that towards the end of 2001. And this is something that rewrote Mercari from scratch, and it is replaced so that it's aligned with a architecture that's in popular now. And for the Android app, we have rewritten the UI portion to Jetpack Compose. However, for the codes that are related to the Mercari function, in order to prioritize the function development or improvements for the business growth, we did not use the migration to Jetpack Compose. However, in order to follow that, we are gradually migrating into Jetpack Compose. And as Merpay, we have renewed the payment tab first. And for this portion, at the time of renewal, we have replaced it to Jetpack Compose. And the payment tab is the diagram that's shown on the right-hand side of this screen. And for this part, we have talked about it in Merpay Tech Fest in 2022, so please refer to that. And also, in terms of the development structure, maybe starting from the end of last year, we have formed something called the program structure. And until then, we had the project and the job roles to decide the person in charge. And we had something called the project matrix structure. And the Android team members, on a quarterly basis, they have been assigned to various projects. And at this point, there are several functions combined into different types. And they are instead assigned to each members to those programs. And they have their own domain. And the core members of the Android team are assigned to either one of the programs that are shown on the diagram on the right-hand side. And in a similar way, I would like to talk about the things that we've changed as the team. In order to respond to these changes, as the Merpay Android team is making some changes, and I will be talking about some of the details. First of all, the payment tab renewal. The UI post technology stack has changed to Jetpack Compose from Android View. And at the time of the renewal, the screen structure, the string functions have changed significantly. And related to the E2E test, needed to be revised as well, especially for the payment tab. This is the entrance point to all, pretty much all the functions that Merpay has. And so this needed to be modified, unless otherwise the E2E test would fail in most cases, and we need to restore quickly. And so that is why the Android team, by getting involved into the team OKR, we had addressed this challenge. And from the project matrix structure, we have migrated to the program structure, and the member structure related to the E2E deployment had also changed. To be specific, the 4 programs that are shown on the red highlight, 1 person each from this program are now involved in the E2E test. And by having the members who are knowledgeable about the functions of each domain, we have much faster speed until solving the issues. And also, we had another benefit of being able to catch the changes that are making change, and we're making a lot of creative ways to respond to such change. And the Slack that we use has a function called Huddle. And compared to the other conference tools, we are able to speak more casually. And by using this function, we have weekly meetings to discuss each other.
In our case, and we have time called WYSIWYG every Tuesday afternoon, when everyone get together and work on their own project in the huddle. If we have a problem, we try to solve it together by sharing the problem of that screen on the screen. Especially for Compose, it is still a new technology, so still a lot of exploration going on, and therefore we are researching and sharing ideas to find an implementation that can successfully meet the test case. Because the function of Merpay itself are quite complex, so there is a case that I need to work on automating the task that I am not familiar with. However, conveniently, since everyone is responsible for different functions, we can ask each other some questions and deepen our understanding of that test case in such a way that in order to use this function, we need to create a user like that. And it is also a place where we can check each other's busyness. So when we are clearly tired or in love, and we can check the progress of the work and adjust the task or cheer each other. We use a simple Kanban method to coordinate such tasks. We use Jira as our internal the tools. So when we need to add or modify the test, we always issue ticket on Jira and manage the progress for that week using the Kanban method. And since it is a service project, and we don't have full-scale morning meetings to check progress, like other large project, but we can always see the progress of the project. We set targets, such as a number of targets to handle, or some kind of signs within members. And as we move forward, we periodically adjust the responsibilities depending on the main tasks, as I have mentioned. By doing this, we're able to visualize the current status, and the members are able to complement each other, enabling us to achieve our goals, even though it is a sub-project. Next is sharing of knowledge memo. E2E testing involves a large amount of the similar detailed tasks that are completed one by one by all members. Usually, each person implements tests in between main tasks. But because they are working on the different implementations in parallel, it is easy to run into similar problems. It happens that one person working on one problem and then someone else encounter the same problem without knowing about it. And then after he or she had hard work, this person finally solves the problems, only to find out that it was a common problem, and it is set to know that later. And of course, we could have documented and compiled a solid report, but that alone would have taken a tremendous amount of time. So we started with a memo or notes to record UI testing knowledge so that each of us could easily written them down. It's a document that really only embraces issues and the conclusions only, but it's a collection of the opinions and everything from small mistakes to how to create a specific user situation, including tips and tricks and points where we make mistakes easily. And this is useful for testing, and I can sometimes refer back to it to deepen my understanding of testing and the Merpay specifications. It also seems to function as a place to vent the results of the hard work, as you can see that stress that have been released. There are also some minor modifications to the pull request. As I mentioned earlier, the functionality of Mercari and Merpay is quite complex, and the testing procedures are often difficult to communicate verbally. So while the test is being implemented, we're capturing the actual test execution in the pull request. I try to include a video of the test in the pull request. This makes it easier for the reviewer of the pull request to understand what you are trying to do, and it makes it easier to track the written test and also provides evidence that test passed at least the worker's local environment. So even if it is a flaky test and you run it on CI and it works locally but fails on CI, the video will work as a comparison target, and you will be able to see which step you messed up, which is useful for collecting the problem later. For example, it would be easier to make a decision to give up or not. Finally, there is an achievement meeting, Tasekai. As a group of volunteers, it is easier to maintain motivation if there's a clear goal, and it is easier to create a sense of unity as everyone is working towards a single goal. And of course, as a team, we get a goal for the numbers of the tests to be completed. We set a target and a sub-goal that if the team members complete the test to this point, we will hold a party to celebrate the accomplishment, and which is Tasekai. By doing this, even when the main tasks overlap and I'm having a hard time, but I can maintain my motivation by counting remaining the numbers of the test because the party is waiting for. Of course, writing tests is fun, but on a personal level, this TDD, Tasekai Driven Development, that's what we call, is not widely spread. And this time, we ate lots of meat like this. Now, the most important thing is to make sure that the product is well balanced, and there were some challenges and difficulties. And one thing is that it takes so long for the implementations, And because of the size of Mercari applications, and with the port built, it takes about 15 minutes or to 20 minutes. And you do it, you may not be able to just switch branches and write the few tests in between other work or meetings. It is not easy to do it. And you have to be very enthusiastic at the very beginning and push the build button and wait another 10 minutes and take a break, and then you may have to come back later. The other things is that the result often unstable, which is unavoidable due to its nature. It takes longer than expected. The test timeouts or the screen transition does not properly recognize the target, etc. And there are many cases where the test does not succeed consistently. And of course, we do everything we can do to solve such problems, but there are many problems that cannot be solved in reality, and to some extent, giving up is a key. In particular this time, we are aiming to reduce the load of dynamic test from the overall viewpoint by increasing the numbers of the automatic test rather than by stabilizing the single test, and that's what we are trying to do. And the other part is a part of the specification changes. It's a huge problem when the test that have been automated is broken due to specification changes. The current system with a spec change, implementation changes, then release it through functional QA, but after the release, automatic part of that test is fixed. The process happens after checking that the tests are broken, then submitting reports, and then fixing them after the release. So this is something that we need to review and change it in the future. Another issue is that, although not related to the testing itself, as long as each member has their own main responsibilities, and therefore the work takes precedence over the others, and making it difficult to find the time for testing. And that is a challenge we have. And we have tried a lot of things and see which is the most effective way to do it. And we may have to keep doing that. For example, we can have one day to meet and concentrate on the implementation. Or we can have a physical meeting to implement the project so that we can reduce the communication cost. And there's many ideas, and we would like to try. So, at Merpay, we have been working on to automate E2E testing with the change in the release cycle. However, with the GroundUp, there was a renewal of the payment tab, and at some point, many tests were broken. But as a result of the starting the compulsory E2I test initiatives and working hard to add more tests, coverage has increased from about 11% to the 50% now, and where we are back to the same level as before. And of course, we have made a lot of attempts to get to this point, but this is not the end. And we will continue to maintain the test. And there has been organizational changes as well. But as a result of the work done by the volunteers, the groundwork has been laid, and we have been able to work together to some extent. So I hope that the team will work to make the test compatible with the change in the code. And that's all for now. Thank you very much. Thank you.
はすべて SwiftUI でリライトさ
Hi, I'm Kenmatsu from Merpay iOS team, and we'll be presenting Merpay iOS migration to GroundUp app. Here's my self-introduction, but I'll skip this time. First, let me explain what the Mercari GroundUp app is, which is the main topic, and hereafter will be referred to as GUUp. GUUp is a project to rebuild Mercari from ground up, rewriting Mercari's behaviors from scratch and replacing it with FIDO's fast and reliable build environment. So the purpose of this project is to rewrite Mercari from scratch, as it has been more than 10 years since the development of Mercari began, and a considerable amount of technical debt has accumulated. This project includes SwiftUI, the latest UI frameworks such as Jetpack Compose for Android, and the project also includes replacing the in-house UI library with the latest version, Design System version 3.0. Since this was a full-scratch rewrite project, we froze new functions development during this period and proceeded to concentrate on this full-scratch rewrite. Well, this was about rewriting the Mercari main application, but on the top of the Mercari application, there is a Merpay feature on it. So let me explain the migration of Merpay to the GUUp. Compared to the code for Mercari itself, Merpay code has relatively little technical debt since the development started only a couple of years ago. So it is relatively clean, and UIKit plus Design System 1.5, one of the previous UI library designs, are used. Therefore, rather than rewriting the Merpay code in full scratch, we decided to minimize changes in the Merpay code with a GUUp. In addition, while GUUp ran, Merpay needed to develop new functions, and we couldn't stop the development of Merpay itself. So we continued the development of Merpay and during the migration time. So here is an overview of the entire project. The top row, production, shows the status of the app that are actually delivered to our customers. The bottom row is a group of codes under development internally. This GroundUp project began around April 2020. We started by rewriting only the core of Mercari in SwiftUI as a first step to solidify the architecture and overall structure. Then in October 2021, all preparations are completed, and then rewrite project began in full scale. During this phase, all the new development of Mercari application functionality were frozen, and all the development members focused on Mercari rewrite project, which continued until August in the following year. As for Merpay, as I mentioned earlier, new development were not allowed to stop, and important projects started behind the scenes. So as for Merpay, the Merpay feature set itself wasn't changed, but the code between the Mercari side and Merpay was integrated in a middle code integration layer, which was rewritten for GroundUp so that basic Merpay code remained unchanged. To ensure the Merpay's functionality is intact in both the old and new apps. Therefore, the Merpay team participated in the development of the integration layer. At the same time, the GroundUp was launched. Several important projects were underway within the company, including a renewal project to revamp the Merpay top page, a credit card project called Mercard, and the Bitcoin project called Mercoin. So the Mercari and integration implementation was completed, and the GroundUp application was released at the phase 1 in August 2022. At this point, Mercari side is all rewritten with SwiftUI, and the Merpay side still works with the UI kit. Then in October 2022, 2 months later, the top screen, this time on the Merpay side, was released as rewritten in SwiftUI, with the remaining Merpay and the Mercard features still were configured in the UI kit. In November 2022, the Mercard feature was released, and the following year, the Mercoin feature, which was under development all along, was released. Phase 3 is still in progress, and we're currently working to eventually rewrite all the remaining parts made with Merpay's old UI kit with SwiftUI to eventually make it 100% SwiftUI app. So this is the overall scope of the project. So I will describe the phase 1 first, and followed by phase 2 and 3. The first is a phase 1 Merpay SDK GU app integration. The Merpay SDK, as the name implies, was developed as an SDK and designed to be loosely coupled with Mercari. And there are several reasons for this. One reason is that Mercari's functionality is handled by Mercari Group, and the Merpay's payment and settlement function handled by Merpay side, and each company was responsible for their own development with separate repositories, as a structure of SDK is described here. There was also the idea of creating the standalone application called Merpay application, separate from the Mercari application. So it was designed to be quite loosely coupled and also have some portabilities. So this GU app integration is done by 4 processes and steps. One of the first preparatory steps is that consolidation of Merpay-related functions into the SDK. I mentioned earlier that Merpay SDK contains all the necessary functions of Merpay, but in fact, some of the functions are implemented directly on the Mercari side. So as you can see, we first transferred all of the functions to the SDK, such as the identification function, KYC, and the function for applying for transfer of seller's revenue. These were written partly in UIKit, reactive Cocoa, and partly in Objective-C, but we have written them to UIKit plus simple MVVM, which is the architecture we use at Merpay. Now that all the code is in Merpay SDK, the next step is to change the build environment setting. The old Mercari app used a Cocoa part, cottage, and a GitSub module to build the necessary code together. But the new Mercari application GU app uses Bazel to do all the build. So we needed to set up all internal and external code, including the Merpay SDK, to be able to build with Bazel. As you can see in the diagram here, the Merpay SDK and design system were also separated as a separate repository, so we imported the Google Maps SDK, Lottie animation library, Crypt Swift library, which Merpay uses and depends on, into Bazel, So they could be built together as a single Mercari application. Now that we are ready to build, so the next step is coding. Merpay has a kind of DI container called Merpay Dependency Registry. This DI container injects the functions implemented on the Mercari side for Merpay to use. So all the dependencies were gathered here. So we injected Mercari implementation into Merpay. The actual code we collected and injected include the feature flag functions, event logs, URL destinations, URL switching, deep link control and authentication, API access, image caching. Now that the entire Merpay code base can be built on the top of the Mercari GU app, the final step is to implement the screen transitions. In GU app, all screens are basically created in SwiftUI, but there's actually a wireframe layer which converts the SwiftUI screen into UIKit view with a UI hosting view controller. The UI navigation controller and UI tab bar are used to control the overall screen transitions. So in case of Merpay, the UI and the screen itself are made with the UIKit UI view controller. So I provided the UI view controller from this wireframe to the Mercari side directly via dependency registry. So, and the rest was done on the Mercari side. So the screen transition was implemented on the Mercari side. So integration is now complete. And the GroundUp application, which took about a year or two to complete, it's released. All Mercari apps are rewritten in SwiftUI, but as for the Merpay tabs, they're still in the UI kit. Integration is complete, but the future and optimization remains. One is a Git repository integration. Before GU started, Mercari iOS repository was used to manage the Mercari codes, and the Merpay iOS SDK was managed as a separate repository, and the design system was used and imported by Cartage. And after GU, Mercari codes are entirely rewritten in the new Mercari GroundUp iOS repository, and the Mercoin code is also implemented in this repository. Merpay function, some remaining function of Mercari, today's extension, and the design system code used only in the Merpay are still maintained in a separate repository and imported by Bazel. However, this was very inefficient. One reason was that the problem of not being able to directly change the code and check it since the repositories are separate. It required a very cumbersome debugging process, checking out the repository on the SDK side, editing the source code, pushing it, going back to GroundUp, and updating the repository again in Bazel and running it in a simulator. Furthermore, when we conduct a unit test of Merpay's modules, it runs on Merpay's own CI infrastructure. But since GroundUp builds everything on Bazel, unit testing on CI can be done very quickly. However, unfortunately, this infrastructure was underutilized. And therefore, in a repository called monorepo, Merpay code base and the remaining today's extension code were all moved to the GroundUp repository, and everything was developed and built using Bazel's and GU's CI infrastructure to improve development efficiency. The exception is this design system 1.5. And for the old UI libraries used only in Mercari, we maintain this as a separate repository with a code freeze.
And actually, the repository integration can be done in several ways. The simplest would be the simple file copy. The repository will copy the files, and this is the easiest. But the Git history will go away, so that was a problem. And so because of that, we want to keep the Git history as much as possible so that the source code can be moved to the GroundUp. And the way to do that is the repository integration using a subtree merging. And this is an option that's officially provided by Git. And by using this, the Git history can be maintained. But because it integrates all the repository, the Merpay wasteful, unnecessary data is also there, and those unnecessary data are merged all together, and this is not very good because the repository gets bigger and that causes an issue. So the other solution for that is to use the git subtree command to merge part of the repository, and by doing so, although the history is maintained, the minimal code will be extracted and merged, and also the history can be maintained. However, the process is cumbersome, and there's an issue around which code to pick up. But by using this, the repository size can be maintained to merge the code. And once the file can be integrated into the repository, we do the optimization that's aligned with the Bazel build. We are changing the source code layout, or the image assets are optimized so that it will not have unnecessary data. And the Bazel build and the build, in order to use it as a build target, the modules will be defined as the Bazel modules. And during the transition, if there is a change in the old code, and that will cause a conflict, so we declare the code freeze. And by doing so, we prohibit the changes in the code to avoid conflicts. Of course, there's some errors, making a mistake in making the change to the code, so we introduce some ways to prevent such mistakes to continue with the migration. And by doing so, we spent about 2.5 months to gradually migrate the modules on a phased manner. And this is the overall schedule. And we had a total of 26 modules targeted for migration. And the other problem was that there are several Mercari function modules that directly depending on the Merpay SDK. And this itself is not a problem, but the test bundle cache gets too big, and that was a problem. And I will talk about the details later, but by having this issue, the test bundle cache gets too big, and that causes that the CI execution time or the cache storage usage volume gets impacted. And so as the SDK isolation project, the Merpay SDK DA container itself will be extracted, and we would separate that as a separate module. So that was a design change that we've conducted. To be specific, this is what we did. This is a diagram that shows the dependency of the modules, and this is the Mercari feature modules. And the Mercari features are dependent on the Merpay, and so the core module uses the DA container. The Merpay core kit itself relies on the protocol buffer or the design system 1.5 module. This is the dependency. So the Mercari feature itself has migrated into design system 3.0, but because of the build dependency, it also depends on design system 1.5, and the library size is quite big. And so if we wanted to test the Mercari features, these all get booted up, and as the cache of the Bazel build cache, it would stay, and therefore causes the storage cache to get too big. And so we changed the design, and the interface for the DI container had been taken out as a protocol, and Merpay, we took that out as a Merpay SDK interface. And so the Mercari feature will only depend on the Merpay SDK interface. And by doing so, the Mercari feature itself, only the lightweight protocol module will be dependent, and we are able to conduct the unit test. And at the time of the application execution during runtime, the container injection will be injected, and the whole diagram will be used. And that was a structure change that we did. And by doing this, the test bundle cache size of the modules has lowered from 300 megabytes to 150 megabytes, and we're able to avoid the cache being too big. And we had made the Merpay SDK's minimal functions being available for a Mercari side, and we were able to clarify the SDK's debt, and we were able to contribute to the single responsibility principle. So that completed the integration project itself, and after that, after the GU architecture was released, I will talk about the phase 2, which is developing the Merpay new development screen using SwiftUI and GU architecture, and that project has started. And I would like to briefly recap on the architecture transition. In the past Mercari app, because it's been more than 10 years, there are changes in the architecture over time. Initially, it was a pure MVC, and then it moved to MVVM plus a reactive Cocoa, and then it moved to micro view controller plus state. So that was the architecture change. And not everything has changed. I mean, there are some old MVCs remaining. On the other hand, for Merpay, it had a very simple MVVM without third-party library. So they had a very simple MVVM architecture. And before GroundUp, there were several architectures coexisting in a single application. And after GU, in the GU application, these architecture had renewed, and the common architecture was built. And this was based on SwiftUI. And it was a single direction data flow inspired by the famous architecture like Redux and TCA inspired. And this unique architecture was introduced as a common architecture. And Merpay Merpay Mercoin functions were all developed using this new architecture. And at the end, we want to integrate Merpay architecture to the same architecture. So as a first test, a Merpay top screen renewal project was planned separately, and because it's a new development, we introduced the GU architecture first. And that way the development was completed, and at this point the Merpay tag was renewed. And on top of that, the Merpay top screen became 100% SwiftUI. Having said that, the remaining Merpay specifications existing screen are still WIP, and so we are still working on this now, but all the existing screens of Merpay will be rewritten by SwiftUI, and that is the phase 3 of this project. And now, what we had, the Merpay code had initially low technical debt, and now I would like to talk about the reason why we decided to rewrite this. Well, although it was not relatively old, it was written in 2018, and because it's in 2023, it's relatively old. And of course, it uses UIKit, and there was an issue of not being able to receive the benefits of the functions that are renewed by GU. And the new architecture or design system 3.0 and the UI library needs to be updated, and the design system 3.0 is only applying to the new GU. And accessibility support is supporting the GU architecture and also the new event logs. Well, this is more about the back end, but this is more optimized for the GU architecture. And because of that, Merpay's existing code should be moved gradually onto the GU architecture, and that was the decision that we came to. Having said that, Merpay's code, existing functions, has a lot of screen transitions, and so we started by organizing the existing specification. And we built the plan for the migration first, and we have a massive amount of existing functions specification, and we set the priorities and gradually address the migration, and that was the plan we decided to build. But we have found an issue. We have a massive amount of existing code and a massive amount of specification, and we didn't understand the relationship between the existing code and the specification. And there was some unclarity on the code, and sometimes we couldn't find the specification relevant to that code. And in the spec document, sometimes, for example, related to the Merpay top screen, some specification call it top screen, but other specification call it dashboards or payment screen. So depending on the spec, although it's the same screen, they use different wordings. And because of that, it was very difficult for non-Japanese developers to understand. So before we organized the existing specifications, all the Merpay screens, we introduced a Merpay screen ID to identify the screens uniquely. For example, MBBNK00Y, this will be the first screen. So this kind of is a ticket ID for each screen, and we decided to apply numbers to all the screens. And these IDs that are common to source code, spec, and Figma was given to clarify the relationship between all different documents to solve the gap in the understanding, and it would make it easier for non-Japanese speaking development. And this is all built into the internal development guideline, and this will get better soon. And for example, by introducing this screen ID, for example, for a screen ID, if you wanted to search for a specification, you can search on Confluence to see all the documents related to that screen. And with Figma, if you wanted to confirm the UI layout, you can just enter the screen ID to confirm the official layout of that screen. And of course, in the source code, you can build the screen ID. That way, you can understand where the actual deployment of that screen is. And so based on that preparation, we built a plan, and we are now working on the migration. And each team are working separately to work on this migration. And 77% is still old, but going forward, we will spend a few years to drive this migration effort. And this is the example of the bank account screen that's being migrated. First, this is a summary. GU app integration project. The Merpay's function development was not stopped, but still we were able to complete the GU integration. Without changing the Merpay code, we were able to move to the new GroundUp architecture. And the basal benefit can be leveraged to the full extent in this configuration. And also the Merpay's existing functions have been migrated to SwiftUI, and in order to accelerate that, we have made improvements into different platforms, like introducing screen IDs. That will be all for my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
I will talk about setback and the future of Merpay's iOS project in relation with the Merpay Swift Concurrency. I am Kate Sato. And let me start the self-introduction. My name is Ken Sato, and I've been with the Merpay since 2019, and I was in charge of developing the payment tab screen E2E test and the EKOC human verification screen. And I am a member of the Trust and Safety TNS and Anti-Fraud team, and I have published a book titled The Entry to Swift Concurrency. I would like to share with you today is about the third project. I was the leader of the project to introduce the Swift concurrency to Merpay iOS, but we did not after all, which I will be talking about. I will share what we should have done, and I hope that this presentation will be useful if you are planning to make major code changes to project, such as concurrency support. Now this is agenda. Let's look at the Swift concurrency project. We started this project around September last year. After overview of this project, I would talk about it first, and then I would discuss about the changes in the roadmap. And first, we took phase-by-phase release approach, but we needed to change everything for Swift concurrency at once. That caused a problem. So we changed the roadmap. And next is about the impact of the project to integrate the Merpay code to Git repository, and I will talk about that impact. And finally, I will talk about the reason why that we stopped the project and then lesson learned. Now I will explain what Swift concurrency is. Swift concurrency is a language-level concurrency feature introduced in the Swift 5.5. It allows concise description of concurrency and prevents a data race. A data race is the data that becomes inconsistent when the same data is read and written by multiple threads. And checking is done at the compile time, and that's the functionality. Here it is shown in here in the slide. Then Swift 6 and the concurrency, which I would like to talk about it. The current release is a Swift 5.8, and the beta Xcode 15 has a Swift 5.9 on it. And in Swift 6, check becomes stricter, and if the code does not apply, then a compile error occurs. So the Swift core team provides a compile option that can be used with the Swift 5 for gradual adoption with the concurrent Swift version 5. Swift 6 will make it impossible to build the source that are not concurrent, and so we need to prepare in advance. Here are the specific compile options. And to Swift 5.6, you could specify one concurrency and enable actor data race as shown in here in other concurrency. And one concurrency tells you that it will be error in the Swift 6, and this is an option in Swift 5 and give you warning of error. We can prepare for Swift 6 with this. And enable actor data race check is an option to diagnose data race at runtime. One concurrency was rather the strong option. So in Swift 5.7, it is now possible to specify more steps with a dedicated flag name, Swift strict concurrency shown in slide, and the minimum and the targeted and complete. Minimum is the weakest option, and the sendable and an actor separation are explicitly written to check the concurrency, since the Xcode 14 is a default option, and the targeted is a bit more restrictive. And it forces you to write an actor separation correctly. That is a difference with the minimum, and but if sendable is not written, no check. That's a target. And complete is the last one and strongest option. And concurrently check of the actor separation and the sendable for the entire module is done. And if it is not appropriately written and you get the error or warning, same meaning as one concurrency and complete. And Swift 5.7, that's enable active data check. It can be available, so it is specified. Now, let's talk about the Swift concurrency project in Merpay. The project is to add Swift concurrency built options to the Merpay iOS code, and that was a project. The purpose is to prepare for concurrency for Swift 6 because it's going to be a must. If Swift 6 causes compile errors in the current code, then do it now for preparation because we have time to do it. The goal is to avoid sendable errors. Reduction of concurrency-related defect in the compilation check is another purpose. I want to incorporate the original purpose of the Swift concurrency into Merpay, and that's why I have started this project. And this is a modular structure of a Merpay code. It is modularized SDK and is embedded in Mercari. There are a QR module for the QR code and the coupon module and so on. And each feature depends on the shared modules shown in green. And there's a initial and there's a core and modules and API module, and this is and the core will actually defines that the basic protocol and dependency. And let me explain about the roadmap and how we are going to proceed the project. And we work on the feature model, and then for each module is given build options, and more than 20 modules is in total. After passing the build options and fixing errors and correct the warnings and cost as much as possible. And when the module is finished and release it. So phase by phase release, and that was a roadmap. Let's look at the specific errors that occur when the build option was added and how we have fixed. For example, without the main actor in the method, and the properties of the UI kit view need to be changed. And this is an example. UI view and UI view controller have a main actor in a class. And so a method calls and the property updates must be done in the main actors or the method or class. Otherwise, it will be in errors. An example shows that I am changing the text property of the label, and without main actor, I get a compile error. Now, first, the method update, accessing UI level properties with the label text resulting in an error. To fix this, and we need to enclose like this, and update the method with the main actor. And here's modification warning. Dispatch queues async closure is sendable, so the variable needs to be sendable. And in the original code, before executing asynchronous variable in bar defined, and then update in the closure and get a still, and we get a warning. So the data to be changed must be defined in the actor first, and then after that, the value must be changed in the closure, and that was a need that we have found out. And accordingly, the writing code is changed a bit. And Merpay uses MVVM architecture and implements the view model for each screen. It is thing closure then that communicates the result of the view event via HTTP when it detects an event on the view. And Merpay code is still implemented as a UI view controller, so the main actor is required for everything to connect to that view. And we discussed with the team, and the view model operates like a view model. And we added main actor to the view model for each type. Swift concurrency and the protocol are a bit tricky. In Merpay, the protocol is defined in the core module, and each module conforms to it. and input applicable, for example, applicable. It's defined in the core module, and the user reads it, how it is set. But subview inherits from the UI view, and it becomes subview's main actor. So if the applied method is implemented in accordance with this protocol, warning will occur. The applied method does not meet that protocol requirements. The main actor of the applied method does not meet the protocol. That's what it means. There is no main actor in the protocol, but the applied method of the subview has an implicit main actor, and there's a differences, and that causes the warning. And this is a tricky part. And each feature module depends on the core module, which I have mentioned. And in addition to that, input applicable, and there are several other protocols defined in the core module. So until the core module is made to the main actor of the protocol, and errors, the warnings will occur. Warnings will occur due to each dependency. The warnings would increase with the concurrency project in the features. It is not good. And because of the project, if the increase of the warnings, and that's not good. So we changed the roadmap and not phase-by-phase release. But after core module is done, and after every module is done, and then release it, and that's how we have changed the direction. And then this is how it works. And up until now, each module finished, and then it gradually released. But now, release all modules at once after they're all finished. And that was the change. And looking back, because of this project failed, now it is more difficult by making it a one-shot release. And with the concurrency work, Git repository integration also started. Monorepo project has started as well. And in the previous session, Kim-san explained in details. And then after Mercari's GroundUp project, Merpay was integrated their repositories. And original of the Merpay iOS SDK repository was to be incorporated into the Mercari GroundUp iOS repository. But now the Mercari code is incorporated into the Mercari GroundUp iOS repository. A timeline for each project is shown here. The Swift Concurrency project started last September, and took a break in November and December when because there was a Git repository integration project, and then the concurrency, the project resumed in January of this year. And after the Git repository project, the project to rewrite a Merpay screen to SwiftUI started. The existing screens to be maintained as a legacy code. However, Swift Concurrency project targeted for legacy code. Conventional code will be treated as a legacy code. An MVVM architecture with a UI kit, and we decided not to update as much as possible. And the project is to change this to the GroundUp architecture, and that was a project. And this is a new architecture of the GroundUp architecture with the combined in SwiftUI, and a new screen will be implemented. That's what we have decided. And however, the Swift concurrency implementation has completed, and then still there is the various problems that we have found out. Updating became so huge because of the rewriting it all at once, and GitHub file change was 1,250 files, and unstable behavior occurred frequently in operation. The process that should run in the main thread runs in a different thread, vice versa. And that's what we see in operation. And when starting the AB Foundation session for the camera process to read the QR code, it was running in the main thread, which is not good. It was difficult to guarantee quality, and which contradicted the team's policy of maintaining and operating legacy code. The decisions to fix the bug or to abandon the project was called into question. However, Swift Concurrency project was a preparation for the Swift 6. So we need to know that the release schedule of the Swift 6. Even if we quit this project, we have to take care of the Swift concurrency as soon as the Swift 6 is released. So we have checked. And there was no announcement of the release schedule for the Swift 6, and there was an announcement of the concurrency and ownership in the 2023. And thus we have found in Swift.org. Swift Evaluation also announced that release of the Swift 5.9, but no schedule for the Swift 6. Most likely, Swift 6 will not be released in at least 2023. That was a hunch. That the team discussed the Swift 6 release schedule and the status of the Merpay concurrency project. It was around the March this year. Even though the Swift concurrency will eliminate the threat-to-threat bugs, we should not actively update the legacy code. And we found many bugs in the Swift concurrency the code, and it was written at once. And also found out that the Swift 6 is expected to provide a way to compile in Swift 5 mode for a while. So it is likely here. It is like there was an announcement. And this is the tentative fix. And the feature will be removed in the some version of the Swift 6. So concurrency support is necessary at some point. But at the beginning of the Swift 6 release, and we still have some time. Also, Xcode 14.1 and Swift code 5.7, many frameworks such as UIKit and AV Foundation are not supported by concurrency. We thought still too early. As a result, we decided the Swift concurrency project can be done after the SwiftUI bitrate project. Here's a new roadmap. The SwiftUI rewrite project will take until the end of 2024. After that, we will proceed with the Swift concurrency project. Personally, I think that Swift 6 release will be sometimes in 2024 or 2025. Since the SwiftUI rewriting project will be finished earlier, and then after that, we can cope with this. However, our guess is wrong, and then Swift 6 is released in 2024, then we will do our best to work on the SwiftUI and the concurrency project in a parallel, but I think it will not happen. I think. Now, this is a summary and lesson learned of the project interruption and learnings. Merpay Swift concurrency project was disrupted because of the change in the direction and rewrite the code at once, and that was too much impact of the changing the code base. And where the team's policy was factor and the project policy of making changes all at once was also cause of the interruption, and because it was difficult to see the scope of the impact and caused the QA to drag on. However, we miscalculated because the Swift concurrency was a function that would have increased warnings if it is not written at all once. So we changed the way due to warnings, and we had to proceed while considering the benefits of the rewrite and the team's situation. And however, I think it is better to release more frequently to reflect in the code as soon as possible. It is easier to do QA and to fix bugs, and because of the scope, the influence is going to be narrower. The suspension of this project made me realize how difficult it is to rewrite all at once. And because of the protocol warning, and we decided to rewrite the code at once, but I think I should have persuaded the team to do more frequent release so that we can start the concurrency project earlier. But the Swift concurrency was still premature, and there was a surprisingly long grace period until the Swift 6 release. It was good to suspend the project as team's disruption, and that was okay. However, as a project leader, we should have kept frequent release to reduce uncertainties. The lesson learned was that it's difficult to release all the big features at once, so it is better to do little by little. And I hope this experience will be helpful for you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Story of re-implementing Bitcoin price chart with SwiftUI is the one I will cover. First, my brief self-introduction. So, my name is Yoshikazu Ando, and I'm an iOS engineer at the client team at Mercoin. I'm active on GitHub and social networking sites under ID Andun. I joined Mixi in 2019 as a new graduate and developed an iOS application for a wallet service. Then, in 2021, I joined Mercari Group and participated in the launch of the Bitcoin trading service and continued to work as an iOS app developer, including the design and collaboration within the group. Now I'd like to talk about improving and re-implementing the Bitcoin price chart with SwiftUI. Let me first explain Mercari's Bitcoin trading feature. Thankfully, Bitcoin trading has surpassed 500,000 account openings in just over 3 months since the service was launched. We'd like to continue to, again, grow the number. The image on the right is a top screen of the service. Bitcoin trading is one function of the Mercari app, and it's implemented as an SDK. It is loosely coupled by taking the body of the SDK while being developed using the group's common underlying functions and components. My page is a main flow line within the application, and account opening and daily use are also available from my page. And a Mercari app, including the Bitcoin trading function, is developed based on SwiftUI. Please see the story of the rewrite of the entire application, including SwiftUI in the Mercari site. It also uses the FIDO, passwordless authentication system, to ensure security for Bitcoin transactions. This system was first used in the Mercari service. There will also be a talk session on a FIDO later in the day with the team members participating, so please watch. And now for the main topic, the Bitcoin price chart. The video is a screenshot of the actual service. The chart is located on the top screen of the service and is the screen most visible to customers. The chart shows the transition of the Bitcoin price and is drawn by interpolating between the dot based on the price data delivered from the back-end system. Data is updated at the regular intervals while the screen is open. Customer can change the time period they wish to view by clicking on the button below the chart. The chart can be tapped, which changes its appearance, showing the actual price and time. The color of the line to the right of the tapped position will be gray, and the gradient fill will disappear. As can be seen in the video, the thickness of the line and interpolation method change after the tap, while animation makes it continuous. In the early stages, the OSS charts library was used to implement this chart. It is probably the most famous chart library, and if you have implemented the charts and graph on the Apple platform, you're probably familiar with it. This image is taken from the GitHub README, but a simple chart like this can be easily implemented. There's also the ability to fill with a gradient as shown in the image below right, and which also matches the chart requirement of the service. Also, Apple's official Swift chart, which are announced at the last year's WWDC and available from iOS 16, and do not match the requirements of the service, so we didn't adopt them this time. OSS chart is built with UIKit, and the Mercari app is developed based on SwiftUI. So this time, we incorporated it into service with it wrapped in a UI view representable. As shown in the video below, there are also price and date and time components that are displayed while tapping, which are implemented in SwiftUI. The chart is placed in the VStack together with the chart, and since it is necessary to synchronize the tapped position, state is drawn and implemented. Now, that was an overview of the initial implementation, but there are several issues with this. First of all, we felt that implementation and design of the chart library was quite compromised due to its limitation. For example, there was interaction we wanted to realize as a service, but the delegate method provided by library wasn't enough to achieve this, so we had to add our own UI gesture recognizer. As a requirement, as I showed you earlier, were to change the color on the left and the right of the tap position to change the fill, but this couldn't be achieved with standard functionality. After much consideration, so we had to generate the two chart views, draw each one with a setting for the left-hand side and the right side of the tab, and then crop them together and overlay them in GStack. Although the chart view in the library is quite sophisticated, but we had to generate two such views. This part could later be implemented in a single chart view by overriding the renderer and other libraries and creating the single one, but this increased the maintenance cost and left issues unresolved. The next challenge was the complexity of the data flow. As is common in implementations using UI view representable, the state is on the SwiftUI side and is passed to the UI view in the initializer. Tab events are then generated from the UI kit side. As mentioned earlier, the price display portion above the chart is a SwiftUI. The coordinates need to be synchronized with the UI kit side, so they are also reflected in the state of SwiftUI. So UI kit and the chart view are also highly functional, and they have at least a few states. The state and the life cycle synchronization was not working well, and there are also bugs caused by this state and life cycle synchronization. For example, the line remained even though the finger is released. This was caused by a bug in the chart view, prevented the expected delegate method from being called, thereby causing the state to be shifted. Related to this story, we also felt there are issues with the chart library. At the time of implementation, the chart library was not frequently maintained. So the bug PR were left untouched for a year and a half. Therefore, the chart implementation, initial one used the libraries from that branch. Upon reviewing the situation again, so we saw the new major version has recently been released and expected to be somewhat more active in the future. And the biggest challenge is that the restriction of software prevented us from doing what we really wanted to do. In the early stages, designers and others proposed the various ideas for expression, but we often had to turn them down, saying that it would be impossible without doing something quite big due to restrictions. So we wanted to be particular about this function because it is that top screen of the charting service is the function the customers see, but on the other hand, we had to turn it down. So at one point, PM1 said the chart are the face of the exchange service. We thought that was true. That's why this condition was so frustrating to us. So that the animation in the chart, which I showed you in the video, is one of the expressions we gave up. So in the initial implementation, the appearance was switched without animation. So once again, the chart is the face of the service, but it is half-baked, and the team agreed that it would be disappointing to release the service as is, so we decided to pursue the full scratch development. So since our service is a crypto asset exchange business, also so that spec and are documented in detail, and it was agreed at this time the chart should only be a minimum 6 to be followed, and we should go through the expressions that can be done for each platform, iOS and Android, and we agreed with this direction. We are so glad that we are able to share this vision because it made it a lot easier to move forward. So this is the rewrite phase, and first we decided on design policy. The components of the chart consist of 2 layers, and with a generic layer and second layer containing the Bitcoin price chart specific domain. So generic part includes a conversion logic between numerical values and coordinates and the management of the chart site, which are commonly used in graph that take the date and time in the X direction and the Bitcoin price in the Y direction. As for the domain-specific layers on the top screen, we have included many features partly because we didn't know at this point how much of it could be reused in the service. The logic that interpolates between price point, the logic that lays out in each child components according to screen specification, and the part that actually compose and draw a chart lines and gradient are also included in a domain-specific layer. We also decided to use SwiftUI's view and shape for layout and drawing. As an alternative, a data model could be constructed by creating the special result builder and the protocol called chart content as an official Swift chart, and then drawing internally based on the model. In this case, however, we decided to use the view and shape in order not to limit the range of expression. So these decisions will come into play later. We then created a POC in about 2 weeks. Here is a description of what we made. After rewrite, the view in the red box on the left can now be written like a normal view using the view builder, as shown in the code on the right. The code is a simplified version of the actual one, but the structure is the same. Chart components are laid out using SwiftUI layout component, and such as VStack, and inside a container views line chart, which performs the general purpose coordinate calculation and other tasks. If the text is too small to read, so please view it later. And also today's materials will be distributed at some point for your reference.
So let's look at the specifics. In the earlier code, what was surrounding the outer side is this line chart. And this itself is a SwiftUI view, and with the initializer chart.array and the view builder closure that shows the display is received. And for the closure that is received, the object called chart context is handed over to create the view. And as you can see with the body, the line chart has no other display element other than the view that was created by the closure. And the chart context has the necessary information to create the charts. And as you can see on the code on the right-hand side, various things are handed over as initializer from the line chart. And the entries continues to be the data array of the dots of the chart, and the size and transformer will be explained later. And line chart has a responsibility of managing the information that is necessary for creating this chart. And the side property of the chart context shows the size of the chart area. And the chart area that is mentioned here is the scope that is surrounded by the red line on the right diagram. As I mentioned earlier, the line chart itself is the scope of the red dotted line, but the scope of the coordinates of the coordinates that are related to the value of the chart is maintained as the size. And this is stored in the context so that it can be used for the layout for each component or the calculation of the coordinates or the value. And the size, if I were to mention about how it is captured in the line chart, this is using a custom modifier called the mark as chart content. And in the background of the view, the geometry reader is inserted to capture the size. And this is quite known for the SwiftUI. And the size is recorded onto preference. And on the line chart side, as you can see on the left, the preference is red, and it is stored as private state and handed over to context. And in the actual screen, as you can see on the red highlight on the right-hand code, in the line charts view builder, the modifier is added onto the view that is equivalent to the scope of the coordinates. And this is the component that shows the price or the tab time when it is tapped on the marker view, so it doesn't have any coordinates. And the last of the context is the matrix transformer object. As you can see on the left bottom, the value data of the chart and the coordinates of the screen will be changed using this function, and this will be required to do the layout or the rendering of each component. And the matrix transformer is created using the size that you can see on the right screen. And by using this, the change between the value and the coordinates can be done. And in the actual chart view, the context that has all these information are used to create the view. And this code will be the example of the line dots, vertical dots that is shown when tapped. And by using the context transformer, the coordinates are taken from the actual screen to laid out. And the price line or the gradation are using this context in a similar way. And the other thing you can understand from this code is the data that is tapped, and that is the selected entry. And this is managed outside of the line chart. And line chart only has the responsibility of managing the value and the coordinates. And at this point, we don't know whether the function for being able to see the value by touching will be the same in the future, so that is why we have this design. And so this is just rewriting the initial deployment using SwiftUI, and we just addressed the redeployment part of the title. And we took more time to start to make improvements. Because if we just redeployed it, we might have lowered the operation cost on the development side, but there's no improvement as the product. Until now, in order to realize the expressions that was not possible before, we created a demo application, as you can see on the screenshot on the right-hand side, and we distributed that to the PMs and designers so that it can be used in their terminals. And in the demo app, the related parameters can be changed from the UI, and the thickness of the lines when it's not tapped, or the value processing to make the chart more smooth, and there are many things. And this was deployed in the time of the animation, and it could allow us to coordinate the length of the animation. And by having this demo app, until now, we were not able to realize some of the requirements that was difficult to achieve. And by doing so, we were able to share the parameters and improve the PDCA cycle. And in the later half, the parameters that was popular to the designer, or the parameters that was popular to the PM, was stored as preset. And we had the function of calling that. And at the end, we have decided the parameters that are delivered to the customers by sharing the screens amongst the team members. And in the deployment of the demo, by rewriting with the SwiftUI, we had a declarative UI, and the architecture becomes single source of truth. And that was quite effective. the massive amount of parameter is centrally managed, and each component would only need to describe the behaviors for each parameter. And UIKit, if you have a lot of parameters, it was quite difficult to synchronize with the view that sets the parameter and update. And with the benefits of the view builder, it's very easy to change the view structure. So rather than having a single view, it was very easy to prepare different views depending on the usage. And the other big benefit of rewriting was that being able to easily deploy the animation. Shape itself is animatable protocol compliant, and we were able to deploy based on this system. And animations like videos were quite difficult to do using systems like UIKit. Animation itself was an idea from the beginning, but because of the library restrictions, we had to give up. And it was very good that we were able to realize this in the improvement phase. And I would like to explain briefly about the animation deployment method. Left shows the component that structures the line on the chart, and this is a shape UI, SwiftUI shape. And with the animatable protocol, through the animatable data property, the value that constantly changes in the animation will be configured. And normally it's 0, and when the chart is tapped, it becomes 1, and that's the animatable data. And by using this in time of animation occurring with SwiftUI, the animatable data will constantly change between 0 to 1, like 0.1 or 0.2. And by constantly rendering that, the animation is deployed. And in the chart, we want to animate from a smooth line to a line that shows the detailed price. And so we calculate the value that would take the middle of the transition. And by processing the intervals and calculating using the animatable data, we came up with the animation that you see earlier. And as the impression of making those improvements, by leveraging on the characteristics of the SwiftUI, the PD's team drove the PDCA, and it was great that we were able to actually make the product better. Although it took a lot of workload, being able to see the demo allowed us to reduce the gap in the understanding. And by doing so, even in a remote work environment, we were able to improve the UI that was difficult to explain. And this is quite normal, but through the rewrite, we were able to deepen understanding around SwiftUI. In the ordinary screen development or small deployment, there are many things that are difficult to understand, but by addressing challenging issues like charts in a product level, we will allow us to understand the SwiftUI even further. On the other hand, we try to achieve a general purpose design, but it's unknown as to how much this could be used. We can say this for OSS charts too, but like with alarm fire, communication or data for UI, it's different to utilities like auto layout SnapKit. So if itself provides the UI component, it's very difficult to make a general purpose because expression is different depending on the services, and expression using the library may not be optimal. And I think this applies to both the users and the makers of the library. Instead of using the library, although if it's an internal level component, over time, it could be small at the beginning, but it could be bigger and it became higher function and not fulfill the requirement in many cases. But at the end, for the quality of the product, I would like to thank the members of the team who had worked with me in this improvement. And in this process, we thought that it was helpful to get an agreement on different cases, and I thought that was very helpful, but it means that it was really up to the team's effort of giving me the agreement. And going forward, I would like to make some performance tuning at some point. Of course, at the time of the release, we have confirmed that it doesn't stop in the actual devices, but I think there's a lot of room for improvement, like the charts or the view structure. So we would like to do this by looking at the profile. And we see this a lot with our team, but when we use things like demos or video that moves, we were able to see the efficiency of having the discussions using demos and videos. So we want to continue this. I mean, if it's not a discussion when it becomes busy, we tend to forget about voluntarily giving you screen capture. And after the deployment, sometimes you would have a gap in the understanding, and you may have to work around and go back. And so we would like to always make sure that we would confirm on the progress as needed. That would be all for my presentation. Well, in the Mercoin client team, we are working on the product development with our team. So if you're interested, please let me know. And the team members' FIDO related talk session is available, so I hope you would join that session. Thank you very much for your attention.
I'll be presenting improving technical problem assessment system at the front-end team. First, self-introduction. I am Tokuda, and I joined Merpay in 2019 as a professional development engineer and in charge of various product development. Outside of development, I'm also involved in improving the technical evaluation system. Today, I will cover 4 sections. The first is the recruitment process for the front-end team, and second is the technical issues, which is a hiring process. The third is the main topic, and then I will introduce the evaluation checklist or check sheet used when evaluating technical issues. Lastly, summary. This is the basic process of recruitment with this much of the steps. The technical assignment is the second step of the recruitment process, and we ask the candidates to implement a simple application. When the candidates submit an assignment, 2 evaluators is assigned and evaluate according to the evaluation system. Now, this slide shows what the technical assignment is. The information of the slide is taken from the recruitment page to ensure fairness. First, the candidate must be able to implement a robust UI using HTML and CSS. Secondly, must have knowledge of the JavaScript and experience in the development using UI libraries and frameworks. We judge whether the candidate meets these requirements through technical assignment. Next, we'll ask them to implement a simple application to determine if they can contribute to the development with high-level knowledge and skills in all aspects of web technology. Finally, we use our own evaluation system. There are various methods for evaluating technical skills, from external services to frameworks. But we use our own evaluation system or framework. We do not know how we came to have our own system or framework, but I personally believe that it is because we do not evaluate only by a simple scores. We evaluate technical skills, but we also look at the culture fit, which can be read from the source code, and whether or not the candidate can bring value to the team, to the job after they join the team. However, using original system or framework, it was surprisingly difficult to make it work, and various problems arose. There were two issues in the evaluation. First, the evaluation of submission was time-consuming, and because it is not systematic, some evaluator took longer than expected. Checking, because they are looking at the too many details. And secondly, the inability to evaluate based on the standard. Some evaluators place different importance on the different criteria, which often result in the split in the evaluations. Solution was a pair evaluation and evaluation check sheet, which while sharing that screen, one person starts the application and the other instructing their evaluation and takes notes of directions or something noticed. And next is the evaluation checklist or check sheet, which lists points to be checked. If you evaluate the submitted assignment based on this, the system will complete evaluation in 1 hour. This will prevent individual differences in evaluation and arbitrary evaluations by individuals. Also, intended to prevent omissions in the evaluation. Next is the evaluation checklist sheet. I would like to show you what the evaluation check sheet is in detail from this slide. This diagram was created for the Tech Fest, and although the actual evaluation perspectives differs from the actual one, but the basic format is the same. This check sheet then consists of two sections: the evaluation of the technical issues and the overall judgment. First, the evaluation of the technical issues, technical skills. It is divided into from one evaluation perspectives. Now there are about 40 evaluation perspectives. The left side is the evaluation perspectives, and it is classified into categories such as like the level or the quality of the products and so on using this. And it is clear what needs to be evaluated, and it is categorized. Next, column B is scoring, and it consists of two parts, evaluation point and the scoring. And the evaluation point includes what part of to check and how to evaluate and the implementation. Based on these checks, the score is assigned by applying the score to the points listed in the scoring section, which will fit, and then put the score accordingly. Finally, column D, which is the notes on memo, this is the space to make notes during the pair evaluations. You do this in order from the top, and when all evaluations are complete, you will receive a score. Based on those scores, we move on to the overall judgment section. Here, based on the resumes, the scores, and the work that has been done, the evaluators will discuss whether the candidate will be a good culture fit, and whether they will bring value to the team. And then we decide we proceed to the next interview or not. Next, let's look at the evaluation of the evaluation check sheet. The format of that evaluation check sheet did not start out like this, but with the repeated updates, we have settled on the format like that. There were 3 phases to get there, and phase 1 started with the lack of the systematization of the evaluation perspectives and the lack of the common understanding of the common evaluation. It was during this phase that the problems such as time-consuming and also unstable evaluation criteria, it was generated at this phase. And in phase 2 was when we started to systemize that evaluation perspectives and to align our common understanding. This was the starting point and a prototype of the evaluation check sheet. But there's still those many areas for the improvement. And specifically, it was just a check sheet. And there was still a list evaluation perspectives to assess the implementation at this stage. Next, we had regular meetings in order to align common understandings. And we were able to incorporate the common understandings into evaluation appraisal, which was phase 3. We have been doing this for about 2 years in the past, and finally we reached to this phase recently. There's still many areas for the improvement, but I think we have made great progress from the simple checklist to this level. Next is an example of how we actually designed the evaluation perspectives. The evaluation perspective is a TypeScript. The first evaluation point is whether it is implemented in TypeScript or not. This makes it difficult to know that it is good because it uses TypeScript, or whether it is good because TypeScript and is implemented in a safer manner. Evaluation can vary depending on the evaluator. When we started the systemizations, and this point of view led to the most controversial discussion. And one of the opinion was that the overall quality of the product is not at a high level when it is not implemented in TypeScript. And somebody said that. And another person, secondly, said that that was the opinion that we should judge based on there are other points, such as better to implement in TypeScript or the writing tests and designs, including other areas as well, to judge the quality. Either of these opinions is wrong, but we have not agreed evaluation perspectives, and that was the problem. I see that not using TypeScript means that one evaluation perspective has too great impact on the entire evaluation process. The other is that individual evaluation points are evaluated by applying own viewpoints respectively. We have updated the check sheet from that original perspectives of whether or not it is implemented in TypeScript to the viewpoint of what we want to solve by using TypeScript. One of the problems we wanted to solve with the TypeScript is that the existence of the format or type allows us to guarantee format or type safely in the processing within the application if we do not properly type the data coming from the outside, such as API data or the event handling. Any kind of data could be acceptable. That would be a problem. So we have described such points as evaluation perspectives and focus on the API data and event handling as items to be looked at. This is a summary. We have updated the evaluation checklist over the years. First, it was just a checklist, but it has been gradually improved. And I think it is now functioning as a system to determine who can play an active role in Merpay and Mercoin. Since this presentation is about the recruitment or hiring, I would like to conclude by introducing information about the recruitment or the hiring. If you are interested in the development of the Mercoins and Merpay, please take a look at our recruitment page. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Hello, everybody. We are Merpay's growth platform front-end team. Today, we'll talk about a cool project we've been working on, which combines the ease of use of a WYSIWYG tool like Figma and adds powerful capabilities like composing components and conditional rendering. Before we begin, I'd like to introduce the team behind this project. First, we have Arvin, our tech lead. He is the team's guiding light who ensures that members stay productive while at the same time contributing to the code of this project and many others within and beyond our domain. Next is Ben, who conceptualized many of the advanced features of our WYSIWYG tool and supports the team by contributing significantly to the code and supporting our customers, marketers. Jazz, who is relatively new but is responsible for a lot of things, including the underlying technology, major refactoring, architectural changes, and other aspects of our software, many of which might not be seen but can be felt. And myself, my name is Hal. I'm the team's manager. I talk and coordinate with people, drive solutions to problems, and make sure that my team has what they need to be successful at their work. Today, we would like to share our excitement with you on our webpage builder project, which internally we call engagement platform pages. Working on this is something we look forward to every day. It's a very challenging project, and we learn a lot because it allows us, or rather, requires us to deep dive into the fundamentals of front-end technologies. But first, I'd like to ask Arvin to explain a little bit about the history of this project and how we reached this point.
Right. So let me start from beginning. Just a few years back, in order to create a campaign page like you can see from the slide, it requires a lot of effort from marketers, designers, and engineers. Marketers would design the topic and the content of the campaign, and designer would design the UI and use CSS, HTML to create a web page from scratch. Finally, engineer would put JavaScript into the page to make it interactive. And on average, we need to create 30 campaign pages per month. That's almost one page every day. When we had to create pages involves 3 separate parties, it would require lots of back and forth, creating strategy on us all. So is there a way we can make everyone's life easier? That's the question we ask ourselves as an engineer. In order to improve the situation, we created the first generation of CMS tool. This tool encapsulated the JavaScript, HTML, CSS into components, which help designers minimize the amount of coding required. And this tool was initiated by engineers, and we made it part of our team's roadmap so we can put resources into this project to develop it. Now, let us show you how the tool looks like. So this is the user interface of our first generation tool. It has a preview area on the right, a configuration form on the left. You can add components from a list of preview components. And you'll show up on the preview area so you can check its look and feel immediately. You can also change the color, the content to the component form. So the way to create a page was basically setting up all those components. You can add as many components as you want to compose the page. As you can see here, a new component is appended after the previous one. So this tool was straightforward. It solved the problem we ran into, and it released our designers from writing HTML and CSS, even gave our marketers ability to create the web page by themselves.
Well, it looks like the first generation CMS tool already achieved our objectives, right? Marketers, designers, and whoever else needed to make pages had the capability to make them on their own, and it was simple. Basically, what you have in the page is shown on the screen, with each element being represented by configurable fields. And lastly, it worked well. So what else did we need?
Right. We also thought that's the ultimate solution. However, with more and more users started using our tool, we realized several issues. First, as we added more components to the system and added more fields to the component form, it's easy to see a gigantic form when creating a page. which make it difficult for our users to find out which fields are what they want to modify. Secondly, it still requires engineer effort to support new requirements, such as adding new components or adding new fields for a component. Even a small changes, like adding an extra padding field to a component, it will require a release, which means it needs to go through all the pipelines, and hence the development path is still slow. Furthermore, when the requirement comes from PMs to engineers and from engineers to the final implementation result, these different stages in the process creates communication gap. Each stage could have small bias and results in an incorrect output. Because of these communication gaps and potential errors, engineers, designers, and PMs need to spend lots of time back and forth in the feedback loop to make adjustments. So as an engineer, we ask ourselves again, how can we make it better?
Yeah. So that's when we come up with the idea. It's like, what if we can make things in this tool more customizable? So that, marketers, maybe they can become less dependent on engineers. And it's like engineers will focus on improving the system, and marketers can use the system to deal with the business requirements mostly by their own. So in this case, there will be less communication cost, and also we could shorten the time to market, which is very important. So let's use this example to illustrate the idea. So if marketers today, they want to add a new kind of log to an existing component in our system. So what happens in the first generation system is that they will have to create a ticket, and the engineers will work on that ticket and schedule for a release and then release it. So this process usually takes probably a few days, even it's a small change, right? Because we might need to confirm the requirement and do the verification and see if marketers thinks that's okay. So what if the system allows our marketers to select anything directly from the page editor and attach the new log or whatever the new interaction to the page? So this will significantly increase the productivity of a process, right? So once we have this idea, and we actually took probably a quarter to refine the idea and create documentations, mockups, and do the presentations. So I still can remember that we also held some meetings, some open doors to invite people, and we provide the dinner budget to attract them to join, because we really believe this is what front-end technology can bring great impact, and also it's very exciting. So as new members joined, and we started active development for a couple of months. So now we're here, the second generation system. And for this second generation system, it's a huge revamp, and we manually improved the system's composability and its editor, like how it works and how it looks like. I think by simply look at the screenshots in the slide, you would tell the difference. So now let's just provide us a detailed explanation and do a deep dive into these new changes.
Okay, for composability, we know that finer granularity brings more flexibility, allowing us to create more diverse components. In the past, we faced two challenges when editing components. Firstly, creating separate components for each feature is neither scalable nor efficient. For example, for every button with a different function or style, engineers had to develop and go through the release process before the editor could use it. That was very time-consuming. The second challenge is that we can only support single-column layout. In the second generation editor, we provide 4 basic components. They are layout, text, image, and markdown. By combining these components, the editor can generate components with complex features without waiting for development and release. As you can see in the middle, this gorgeous page is built on those 4 components. At the right, that is the style control panel for the components. The style control is powered by Tailwind CSS. This means we can apply most of the CSS features to our components to create more complex visual styles and layouts. Furthermore, we have also added logic control components that can display different content based on the different page state or our user's environment, providing a more personalized experience. They are one component and each component. For example, we can display a login button when the user is not logged in, or we can display a content according to the API response. Last but not least, we have introduced the action component, which allowed us to communicate with browsers or web view. The action component supports many actions, such as sending logs, showing a dialog, or making API requests. How does it feel and look? Let's build a simple page using our editor to check it out. So this is our editor. First of all, let's click the Add button and select the layout component from the menu. And then we can use the style control to add some style to the layout component we just added, as we want to use this layout as a container for the content that will be displayed when the user is using a web browser. So I will name it Web Content. Next, let's insert a QR code component, followed by a text component to create a block that asks our users to download and install our app. Next, we will add another layout component to hold the content for app users. Let's name it Mobile Content, and we put a button inside it. After creating all the content, we use the when component to wrap them and add the condition to display them based on different environments. This one is for app users, so we apply the using mobile app condition. And let's add another when component for users that use web browsers. Let's check the result by only showing one of the block. This is what the app user will see. And this is what the web browser user will see. We have done the condition rendering. That's cool, huh? Let's say we want to display both of the content only for users who are not logged in. To achieve that, we can use the action component to make an API request to the auth service to check the user's login status. After that, we can wrap all the content with a when component with a get user condition to show the content only for users who aren't logged in. Finally, we will add an action to the button to send a log event when the user clicks it.
Oh, wow. Thanks, Jazz. It looks awesome and is definitely more intuitive than the CMS tool we had before. But it still doesn't look so easy to learn. It has so many features, and maybe many in our audience might wonder, how did our customers, the marketers, start using the tool?
Yeah, you're right, Hao. So just like you said, after we launched the project, we actually got endless inquiries from our users, which are marketers. And so we had almost daily hands-on sessions with them, just like you see here in this slide. So many meetings. So but it's to help them to learn how to use a tool, and meanwhile, listening to their feedback. And I think that's the moment we start to notice that, okay, the usability becomes an issue now. So when we start building this second generation system, we keep the flexibility in mind because we want to empower our marketers. We hope that they can do almost everything by themselves without asking engineers' help, right? But with the greater flexibility we introduced to the system, it also requires more technical knowledge to use it properly. So it seems like we need to find a balance between them. So in fact, it's also an important part to build a WYSIWYG page editor. And we also put a lot of effort into that while we're building it. So today, I think I could use a few examples to walk you through our journey. So first example is from our layout system. So as Jess just mentioned previously, we leverage Tailwind CSS to provide a very flexible layout system. So the page editor is basically like capable of building any layout that's supported by CSS because it's using Tailwind on the hood, right? But there is a prerequisite is that you need to know how to write proper Tailwind class name, which is to understand how CSS works. And that's a big issue, right? Because our marketers generally they won't know like how to write CSS, and so when we give this to them, they're pretty confused. Yeah. So in order to help them, we were thinking like, okay, this CSS class name field may be too big. So what if we kind of break this down into smaller ones, like these ones you see on in the slides, width and height, colors, and so on, so that maybe marketers they know where to find the usage and maybe write the class names into the corresponding input fields and eventually come up with the right class name. Okay, but unfortunately, when we show this new version to our marketers, they still got really confused because they still need to look up the documentation and try to come up with the class name little by little. So we came up with another idea we thought is really brilliant, which is to create something like IntelliSense, because developers love IntelliSense, like right, by providing something like auto completion, like available Tailwind class names will show up as you type. So maybe our marketers don't bother to look up the documentations. So as the screenshot in the slide shows, like you can see when we type something, not just the class name shows up, we also show the explanation of those class names. So this could help our marketers to use it and also maybe learn the Tailwind, the CSS thing a little by little while they're using it. So which seems pretty promising. But surprisingly, when we actually asked our marketers to try this out, they were as confused as usual, because I think it's because it doesn't change the fact that they need to know CSS. So even the process of building this class name becomes simpler. It still requires the knowledge to use it. So we didn't solve the fundamental problem completely. As a result, we kind of like took a step back and decided to follow like the common practice, which is build a GUI layout editor that you would see in like many of design tools like Figma, Webflow, or the browser dev tool. So I would say this solution turned out to be the acceptable one, and it worked pretty well. So marketers, when they interact with this GUI layout editor under the hood, it's converting those input into a Tailwind CSS class name still. So we're not abandoning the initial solution we provided. We just like hiding it somewhere in the editor, because this GUI layout editor still has its limitation, and it might miss something that it can be done by using this class name, but you cannot with this GUI layout editor. And engineers can still use it to configure something advanced or fulfill urgent requirements because we haven't implemented the layout, but we need something, right? Which means like we're for different level of technical knowledge, you will get different level of flexibility and usability. Yeah. And another example is about our condition system. So as we mentioned that, okay, our new system is capable to render things conditionally. And under the hood is using a JavaScript expression to decide if the partial content will be rendered or not. But when we're building it, we saw that, okay, these conditions would be quite simple, maybe just 1 or 2 lines of JavaScript expressions, just like you can see in this screenshot. Maybe it's just like store that user the profile equals to something. However, when we start using it extensively, we notice that, okay, the conditions becomes really complicated. It's quite common to see something that more than 10 lines. And sometimes we need to also do some knowledge validation or format conversion that all makes this compression even longer. And also another thing is like, as we improve the composability, the components can be put together and nested in this new system. So sometimes the conditions can be too complicated that marketers are not able to completely like configure this by their own. So engineers still need to get involved. And so, our solution is pretty much just like what we did in the layout system. It's like we build something that wraps the complex part so that marketers still get a way to access this functionality, just a simpler way, yeah, and with a little bit more restrictions. So for example, the conditions thing, instead of ask marketers to write this condition by themselves, we created a GUI tool which can store the common used conditions as templates. So marketers can select from lists of conditions, and let's say if they want to show something only available for iOS app users, then they select this is iOS app users. Then this GUI tool will fill this condition automatically with something like env.device.mobile equals to iOS automatically. And so we can use this, and so they don't need to type this by themselves. And also, we provide the arguments for the templates. So it's still pretty flexible in many cases. For example, if today, let's say we want to have a content that shows up conditionally based on like how many items a user sold. So we can create a condition template called user sold more than X items. And once marketers, they pick this template, there will be another field shows up, maybe like item count. So the marketers, they can like type a number to complete this condition from the template. Okay. And the second thing, the one like the nested conditional rendering configuration part, we actually also provided a solution for our marketers to create a reusable component by their own. It's not like in the first generation, engineers need to write the component. It's like they can build the component in the editor, and there is a way for them to reuse it and define custom component, custom variables to customize the behavior and the appearance to a certain extent, so that the complicated page configurations they can still be reused in the future, and somehow customized. But about this, the second one, I would say this huge topic, maybe we don't have time to have a deep dive into today. However, I guess the concepts behind are pretty much just the same. Start with high flexibility and gradually adjust it to a certain level that can be accepted. So I think these are the examples I would like to share today, and here are some takeaways. So for first, there we had usability issues after providing such a great flexibility. But I would say a high level of flexibility is still a good choice when you start building this, because we can still offer different kinds of level of flexibility on demand in the future. And second is when dealing with this flexibility versus usability issue, always start from building small POCs. Don't jump into a huge solution, because you never know if your users like it. And just like the intelligence one, we put so much effort, but it turns out it's not the working solution. And the third one, if you decided to build a WYSIWYG editor, be ready for challenges along the way, not just technical ones, but also from various kinds of ways. However, I believe once you've done that, you will learn a lot of things and grow a lot eventually.
There are a couple more lessons I'd like to add to the list. First is, when faced with a problem, especially when it's likely to recur, try to find ways to increase efficiency, such as by using automation or directly empowering those who need the work to be done. And the second one is, engineers perform best when working on interesting projects that increase everybody's efficiency, as opposed to repeatedly building software. In summary, what the team did was, the team found a problem, they built a solution, they saw problems with scalability, and then realized that the old software would practically have to be rebuilt to address those scalability issues. They built a better version within half a year. They then educated our customers on how to use this tool, and now they're continuing to build on a solid foundation of the new tool to expand the use of our technology. Thank you for listening to our presentation. We hope you learned something new, and that this presentation encourages you to go bold and improve things in your work.
Hello everyone, welcome to Merpay Fintech Tech Fest event. Today I would like to discuss with you about how in Mercari and Merpay system we are fighting towards preventing the fraud in the Mercari customer journey. Before we begin into the topic, let me introduce myself. I am Coach Chaitu. This is my nickname. I have graduated from university and joined into Mercari in 2018. After that, I started to work in a couple of projects of building some CRM related tools internally. And in 2022 November, I moved to Merpay to learn more about fraudulent transactions. So this is just about me, and let's get into the topic. So the first question arises to me about the topic is, what is actually Mercari customer journey mean? So to understand this, let's see the timeline here. Here a customer exists, and the next one is during the app registration step, and the third one is when the customer is doing transactions. When a new person comes, they will be at this step as a customer, and in the next step they will go to app registration phase. Anybody will go through the same loop. So here we take the utmost care for preventing fraud from any new user or existing user. So when the user registers into the app, in the next step, let's see how we compare if it is a suspicious user or it's a normal user. Let's see a video about it. This is, let's say this is for a suspicious user, and currently I am looking into dev environment. This is the home page, and a suspicious user wants to like an item. They are restricted. At the same time, if they want to type some comment, it is restricted. And similarly, if they want to buy an item, it is also restricted. We can see when they try to purchase an item, it shows up the screen. These are restrictions. So we have seen how it happens with a suspicious user, but let's see how if a normal user or a general public user enters into Mercari. This is a normal user flow. When a normal user joins Mercari and through the home page they want to buy an item, they can like it and they can put a comment, and later if they want to buy an item, they can do it. There is no restriction on them. Only if the user is found suspicious, and after that if they prove they are legitimate, they can do all the three transactions and more. So this is the first step where we take the utmost care in handling suspicious users from preventing not so from regular users to suspicious users. And in the next step, after the user has registered, they move on to the step of performing transactions. Here, a transaction means either buying an item, selling an item, or they are storing it as a wish list or anything. So in these transactions, when the user is performed a transaction, the next sequence of steps follows through different couple of microservices, and comes the notice to our microservice or our team, which I work with, is Trust and Safety Team. It is called as TNS internally. So I want to discuss a little bit more about the architecture and how we take some steps or how the applications we are using in this stage. So we have 4 stages here. Once the transaction is started, what is the source for our team? Why do we do pre-processing and how we do? And third one is which rule engine we use currently for processing the events. And fourth one is output processing. Once we get an output, how do we process it the next step? So let's discuss one thing at a time. In the first step of sources, we receive the data from change data capture microservices. Something like if a user tries to view an item and they like an item, that is an event. And if they commented, that is again another event. So we will be having a stream of all the events. So this is happening from CDC platform. And we receive data from other microservices as well. Maybe from like services or comment services, anything. And we use some third-party data for our specific TNS team. And in the second step, we do pre-processing. Why do we need pre-processing? This step is needed because we get a huge amount of data from other the microservices and other input data from different teams. But for our processing, we need to change the format into our required way so that we do some kind of pre-processing. And while pre-processing the data from the multiple inputs, there are 2 very important and 2 features that are developed internally, which I like the most. So I would like to discuss them today. So the first one is Anshin Shiharai feature. When we convert it to English, it is set to safe payment settings, and the other is 3D secure settings. So let's discuss first about Anshin Shiharai feature. To give a basic understanding of what it is and how it works, let's see a real example or a dummy example. When a Mercari user enters their input ID and a password into a phishing website which is developed by some attacker, without knowing it is a phishing website, the Mercari customer will give the credentials to this phishing website. The attacker uses those credentials to log into actual website. So Mercari thinks if it is from a new device, it tries to confirm if the user is actually customer or not by sending an OTP to the actual customer. So again, the attacker tries to have the same OTP screen in the phishing website. When the customer enters the OTP into the phishing website, the OTP is taken by the attacker and introduced into the actual Mercari app. So this way, a unauthorized access into Mercari is possible. So for this to prevent and not to have any financial loss to the Mercari customer, we actually have some kind of logic. Let's say if it is simplified to, if there is any new user login, and we check here if it is from a new device or not. If it is from a new device, we will set an option to the user. They are unable to pay at this moment. Later, this can be disabled. But if it is not a new device, then nothing changes. Everything remains same. This step will ensure the customer doesn't have any financial impact by these phishing attacks. This is Anshin Shihai. So if you want to read more about it, you can read about here. And moving further, the second feature, 3D Secure. Let's say when a customer is doing a transaction and we find, if you want to know if that is a suspicious transaction or not, what should we do? So again, let's take a small scenario to understand this situation. In the first step, Mercari customer have a credit card with them and they request to buy an item using their credit card on Mercari. So Mercari makes a request to credit card issuer company. If this is from actual customer, then the card company replies saying this is low risk transaction, so it is no problem. But what if the same credit card is stolen by some other bad actor and they try to purchase using Mercari? Then Mercari, when sent to authorize the card used by the bad actor, if based on some calculation, we check if either it is a mid-risk challenge, then the bad actor would be challenged with either OTP or password which is initially taken by the credit card. And if it is not mid-risk, but if it is a high risk, then the transaction would be declined. So to put in a simple way, or in the way how we see it, if there is a user purchase transaction, we check if it is a suspicious or not. If it is not suspicious, we will continue the transaction. But if it is suspicious, we would ensure 3D secure feature in the app. Make sure if the person or the customer who it is using, if it is secure to go from 3D secure, the transaction would be continued. If the transaction is not approved to go ahead, the transaction is stopped. Like the way here, if the transaction is high risk, it would be rejected. These are the two features that I would like to discuss. And coming to the next topic of rule engine, we have processed the data from multiple sources, and now we have data for the team which we can use and get some result, whether to find this is a suspicious transaction or other. Currently, we are using Splunk Cloud in specific for batch transactions. Let's say there are some many rules in the system which are used to check if a transaction is suspicious or not. Let's take an example in the later section and let's learn about it more. Currently, we see for batch processing, we are using Splunk. And in the latest recent times, we started to do real-time fraud detection using Flink, Apache Flink. I know I wanted to discuss why we use Apache Flink when we have other options in the availability. So further, I wanted to compare two options which I work personally. So one is using Google Dataflow and other is Apache Flink. So coming to Google Dataflow, the main pro is it is a fully managed service and auto scaling is enabled on high load. So it is very good option. But coming to the cons, we can't implement checkpointing on developer side, and we don't have high availability option which Flink provides to us when compared with 99.9 SLO with data flow. And the last reason is it's quite expensive for our task. So we wanted to look for other alternative, and we found Apache Flink. What are the pros we see in Apache Flink? Or we can have checkpointing and save pointing. It is OSS, open source software, so we can deploy our jobs on Kubernetes and we can debug them easily. And major boost is we have already a team that is working internally on Flink, and they provide support whenever required. And a con is we have to manage all our resources by ourselves. Yes, we have some pros towards one option and some pros towards other option, but based on few in other parameters, we have chosen to use Apache Flink. So this is the architecture diagram in a simplified way for our TNS team in Merpay. From other backend services through PubSub, all the infrastructure is in GCP now, mostly. So from the input PubSub topic, we receive data for pre-processing, and similarly we send to Flink topic again in PubSub because we want to achieve in real-time data processing. This pre-processed data will be sent to Flink on Kubernetes. Once Flink, which contain rules, where we define the rule, what it should do, this Flink will process the data and send it into output PubSub topic. This data again will be used to other downstream services. So I wanted to give an example to you here. If a customer spends more than 1 million yen within 6 hours, then let's say it is a suspicious transaction. Using our system, let me demonstrate you how this is being done. But instead of all the prior microservices, I made a small change to use Cloud Scheduler to send events within some time frame. So moving further, as we see, if a customer spends more than 1 million within 6 hours, then it is a suspicious transaction. So let's look at our system once. So here I am using pods. This is already deployed. We see job manager and task manager pods running. And I have created a Cloud Scheduler job named Flink SQL to run every minute for now. Let's example. And it was run previously. And when I pull from the PubSub topic with the subscription name, I get the data. In this example test data, I use user ID as 1234 and this total purchase as output. So if you see, it has exceeded the 1 million yen. So as these rules, there are many number of rules that needs to be processed, and while we develop, it is not easy task to deploy into dev environment and check if the output result is as expected or not. So that's why we debug locally before going to dev deployment. All these steps are given in the GitHub. Please try it when you want to try out how to use Flink in your own local machine. So here I have provided the example test data, and each step is being written here. Please take a look at it. And the next step is how we debug locally, because this is the step I wanted to discuss a little bit more. So first, let's watch the video and understand it. For now, as a starter, let me say we use SQL gateway approach. to debug our Flink jobs. So let's watch our the video first. In the first step, I am initializing the SQL client from the Flink with some init script. So this will take all the required SQL and it will process it. And the Flink SQL client gets started. Next, I want to show you the code. Okay, here, if you see, I created a table user transaction source. This will be the source data where the cloud scheduler will be sending all the data to in the previous example. But now we are using the local test data. I take only few parameters like user ID, item ID, amount, and purchased at what time it is purchased, and some other two fields for Flink data. And there is one more sync table, suspicious user sync. This table will contain all the user IDs along with what is the total purchase they made within the 6 hours. User ID and total purchase. Only if they cross 1 million in, this table will be filled up. So let's move to the next step. And just this is about the init.sql. And moving to the next step of insert.sql. Here, if you see, I'm inserting into suspicious user sync table, which we created in the previous step. If the total amount is greater than 1 million yen and within the time frame of 6 hours, then it is called a suspicious transaction, and this would be sent to other downstream services. But in this debugging step, we are just checking the correctness of the logic of our rule. In the sense insert.sql. And let's see what's the test data we have. Here, if you see, there is 4 records of data. My major focus is for user 1234 user ID, and they're purchasing in 3 ways, which exceeds the 1 million yen spending within the last 6 hours. For example, the first transaction has occurred at 10 a.m. and second at 11 a.m. and the third one at 1 p.m. Within 6 hours, it crossed 1 million in. So this user ID 1234, this transaction would be considered as suspicious. And moving further, if we take the insert.sql now and copy and run in the Flink SQL client, it should show us the user ID 1234. As we expect, it is greater than 1 million yen. Our Flink SQL client will output us the job ID with which we can check the output. If we check the reference with job ID ending with 541, it says finished. And when it says finished, it will show us the output data in wherever the output location is. For example, I used example directory. Here we can see the user ID 1234 with their total purchase of greater than 1 million. And to know more about logs, you can go to the log section, and the log would be available here. If by any chance you got any error, in the log there will be a statement why the error has occurred, and that's how you can debug it. This is the step how at the current stage we are implementing real-time fraud detection with Apache Flink. So moving on to the next one, output processing. This is the last step um, in our team, or I can say as a block, what we are trying to do now. Once we find a user transaction is suspicious, uh, it is not done anything right after it. It is sent to a manual internal customer support team for manual judgment. And if it is found really suspicious transaction for them, then the customer support team will mark it as suspicious, and next steps would be taken on the user ID. For example, restriction on the user, like selling not allowed for X number of days, or buying is not allowed for n number of days, like this. And like said, it is not an same treatment for every situation. It changes. It changes for every transaction, and it changes based on the output data. And one more small point I wanted to inform is we use GCP memory store in the output processing to cache out the results for duplicate events. This is because from Apache Flink, when a suspicious transaction is found, if we use aggregation windows like Tumble or Hop, if you use Hop, there will be multiple occurrences of event. So to filter out those events, we use GCP memory store. And in the last step, I wanted to share one reason why, as an engineer, we are doing our best effort to make Mercari a safe environment for all the users from fraudulent transactions. This is just a small time from us to explain you how much care we are taking to make a better place at Mercari for all the customers. So this is just a small visualization. When a user or customer keeps on doing safe transactions, they become a happy and trusted customer. That is the end goal of our mission. And that's it. That's it for today. Thank you very much for listening, and please try out Apache Flink. It is very good, and hope you like this session from me. I'm Coach Chetu. See you later.
Hello everyone and welcome to this session where we will talk about customer identity verification in Japan and future technical challenges of the industry. But before starting, let's have a small introduction. So my name is Tim and I used to work in France and UK in different kind of industries before I joined Merpay in 2020. And basically I started in the KYC team. Now I'm managing multiple teams, but ultimately what is interesting today is that I'm the engineering manager for the KYC team. Next, we have Man.
Hello, everyone. My name is Manpreet Kaur. I work as a backend software engineer at Merpay. I started my career in India and have experience in the banking and telecom domains. And then I moved to Japan in early 2019 and worked with an e-commerce company. And then I joined Mercari in October 2021. And since then, I've been working as a backend engineer on the KYC team along with Tim and Chris. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy today's session.
Thank you very much for that. Next presenter is Chris.
Hello, everyone. My name is Christophe Laban. I moved to Japan in 2014, where I worked in telecom and then big data. And finally, in 2021, I joined Merpay, where I am now the tech lead for the KYC team and the Merpay CSO team. Nice to meet you all.
Thanks a lot. So during this panel discussion, we will also be open to question of the day. If you have any question after listening to the talk, please post them on Twitter or in the YouTube live chat. Of course, we always welcome comments other than question, feedback, and encouragements to the performers. The Twitter hashtag for this event is Merpay Mercoin Tech Fest. You can see it as at the bottom of this slide. Please use this hashtag if you're posting on Twitter. So let's start with Chris, who will introduce how identity verification was done in Japan in the past, prior to the eKYC related laws.
Okay, so 3 laws preceded what is now known as eKYC. So there were the Identity Verification Act that is effectively superseded by eKYC in 2008, the Act on Punishment of Organized Crimes, and the Act on Special Measures concerning narcotics. The latter two are still in effect to that day. For the sake of brevity, I will only focus on the first one. So the Identity Verification Act had 2 goals. One is prevention of international crime. It was based on the United Nations Convention of Prevention of Transnational Organized Crime. So it's a little bit of a mouthful. It required companies to preserve transaction records in order to prevent laundering of criminal proceeds. So in response to that, the FATF enacted the law in Japan, which required us to create transaction records and to verify the identity of customers when they would open an account or conduct a managed transaction. The amount of which is $1,000 or 1,000 euros overseas, and it is 100,000 yen in Japan. It went into effect the 4th of January 2007. Goal number 2 is domestic fraud prevention. So at the beginning of the 2000s, fictitious billing fraud committed via cell phones or emails became a social problem. So fictitious accounts were created to receive money they have defrauded in these crimes. Since the law enabled companies to receive to verify the identity of those customers, this kind of fraud decreased as a result. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, to sum up the purpose of the law, it was to prevent criminals from laundering their proceeds of crime by identifying the customer. It prevented the creation of fictitious accounts and therefore fictitious billing fraud. And it obliged financial institutions to preserve records of transactions, which can then be used during investigations. It also required financial institutions to always be aware of the real identity of customers who conduct transactions with their systems. Can I go next slide, please?
Sure.
Yeah. So now, to be more precise about when we should identify a customer, there are 3 main conditions that will require institutions to identify a customer. One will be when you start a transaction with a financial institution, so opening an account, concluding a transaction, or completing an insurance contract. Number 2 are transfers exceeding 100,000 yens. And finally, transaction via checks or via cash or checks, so bearer checks, self-addressed checks, bound certificates, coupons, etc., where the amount exceeds 2 million yens. Okay, So we talk about the when. Now let's talk about the how. So there are small difference between individuals and organizations. So for individuals, name, date of birth, and address are required. And at the time of this law, when this law was into effect, the following identification papers were accepted. So insurance card, driver license, pension book, passport, residence card, and residence card for foreigners. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah, for corporations or organizations as a whole, the person in charge should proceed with the identification, just like I indicated before. But on top of that, a certificate had to be delivered, which showed the official name of the corporation, as well as the location of its head office. So since providing all of this information every time you do a transaction is a little bit bothersome, let's be honest. Once the identity verification has been completed once, you don't need to provide all of this to identify yourself. You could, for example, meet with a staff member of a financial institution directly, show your ID, quite simply, or provide a password or any kind of identification form that only the customer would know. That being said, if there is a suspicion of fraud or identity theft, the victim, the potential victim, should I say, will have to go through the whole identity verification process again, just to be sure that everything is in order. And when identity verification is made, a record of this transaction must be saved and kept by the financial institution for 7 years. And if a request to verify the identity is not answered by the customer, the financial institution is excused from not performing this transaction. Yeah. So unfortunately, some issues happen with that law. So I'm just going to list a few of them that happened, but for example, number one was with school fees. So it's not unusual in Japan that university entrance fees exceed 100,000 yen. So when that law went into effect, notices had to be put on ATMs and counters to ask students to come with proper identification paper in order to make the payment at the designated date. Number two would be deposit fraud. So in a lawsuit, for example, a plaintiff who had his money stolen argued that the financial institution did not proceed with proper identity verification. But the court ruled that the law is only here to prevent money laundering, not deposit fraud. And so the institution in that case was not obliged to perform identity verification and was not in the wrong in that case. And finally, personal information collection. So this law only concerned financial institutions, but completely unrelated companies under the guise of this law would ask personal information to their customers for the purpose of PI collection. So they would ask even like unrelated information, such as information about the place of employment, contact information for this place of employment, and even information about their relatives. Yeah, so eventually the law was repealed the 1st of March 2008, and the Act on Prevention of Transfer of Criminal Proceeds took in place, which is now the basis for KYC.
Thanks a lot, Chris.
Yeah.
Which brings us to the next topic by Man and the current situation in Japan regarding the law of identity verification.
Thank you, Tim, and thank you, Chris. Now we'll start with understanding what eKYC is. And eKYC is a method of verifying identity online. Unlike in the past, here customers upload their personal information and necessary documents to system on their own. Moving on, before I delve into the reasons for performing eKYC, let's first review some of the global and local events that have shaped the current state of KYC, especially in Japan. So it all started in December 1988 with the adoption of UN New Narcotics Convention, and then the establishment of the Financial Action Task Force, we know as FATF, in July 1989 to criminalize drug crime proceeds and to establish relevant regulation to confiscate such proceeds. And during the FATF and Japan mutual evaluations over the years, a lot of measures were implemented in Japan, like the Anti-Drug Special Provisions Law in July 1992, the Act on Punishment of Organized Crime in February 2000, the Customer Identification Act in January 2003, to implement the obligation of customer identification and record keeping. And then fast forwarding to March 2007, the Act on the Prevention of Transfer of Criminal Proceeds, which Chris just touched upon, was adopted and was created based off two laws, the amended Customer Identification Act and a portion of the Act on Punishment of Organized Crimes. And since then, this act has been amended multiple times. One of the most important amendments that I'm going to discuss today occurred in 2018, which is the amendment of the ordinance for the implementation of the Act on Prevention of Transfer of Criminal Proceeds. It's a big name.
Very long name.
Yeah. Anyways, it listed some of the efficient identification methods that are compatible with fintech to do the KYC online, and which has shaped KYC and eKYC measures that we have today. So I think with this, we have enough backdrop, and let's move on, discuss why we perform KYC and why Mercari Group has the customer due diligence and AML divisions. So the identity verification methods, as I discussed, are placed in place with the compliance with the Act on the Prevention of Transfer of Criminal Proceeds, and these provisions were made to use the image data for identification purposes, such as having a software provided by a special business operators that can verify features, like name, address, date of birth, the customer's photo on the documentation provided, and be able to determine the thickness of a document to confirm that the document has not been altered. And additionally, verifying the purpose of transaction, occupation of the customer. And in addition to that, the specified business operator has to prepare and preserve the verification as well as the transaction records for 7 years. And during doing the business with the customer, if there are any suspicious transaction, that has to be reported to the authority and ensure that we have thorough and effective customer due diligence measures put in place. Moving on. So today's AML, which is anti-money laundering regimes, focuses on these 4 goals that are displayed on the screen. The first one is realized by the Act on the Prevention of Transfer of Criminal Proceeds and the Foreign Exchange Act. The second one are realized by the second and third one. Actually, they are both realized by the Act on the Punishment of Organized Crime and the Anti-Drug Special Provision Law. And after discussing the 2 and 3, the fourth one is preventing terrorism financing, which is realized by the Act on Punishment of Financing to Offenses of Public Intimidation, the Foreign Exchange Act, the International Terrorist Asset Freezing Act. In addition to all these laws, there are guidelines provided by Japan Financial Intelligence Center, which is part of NPA, the National Police Agency, and they provide the guidelines and clarification how to carry out the AML and CDD operations, customer due diligence operation, so that they are compliant with the law. Moving on, here I will go over some of the guidelines that are provided. For the document submission, we need to ensure that the customer submitted photographs cannot be edited, cannot be an image that is recorded in the past, and we have to preserve the data for 7 years along with the confirmation record. And the accepted documents are driving license certificate, the individual My Number card, residence card, and Japanese passports that are issued earlier January 2020. And on the right side is a fancy diagram. This shows the percentages of identity documents that are submitted on the Mercari platform. And now these numbers are the approximate percentages that are calculated over last year. So about 45%, the customers on the platform preferred driving license for doing eKYC, 48% for My Number card submissions, including both regular eKYC or immediate KYC verification methods. 3% is a residence card, which is quite a small number. Then we have 2%, which is using the other ID types. And for checking the legitimacy of these documents, the guidelines says that we need to confirm the authenticity of the document, that is checking the thickness of the document, such as tilting the document, when photographing it. And for the liveness check, customer is requested to pose randomly when they are photographed on the platform. And lastly, the thickness and the other traits of the documentation has to be verified visually. And let me highlight again, these are the some of the important information that the specified business operator has to acquire from the customer, which is name, address, date of birth, purpose of transaction, and customer's occupation. Next slide, please. Okay, and this diagram is the simplified version of eKYC flow at Mercari Group. So here the customer selects the document ID type like residence card or passport, and then the customer submits this document ID photos and where the legitimacy of the document is verified. Then for the liveness check, the customer is requested to assume a random pose when photographed. In the next stage, the customer submits the personal information and then the eKYC. Upon clicking on submission, the eKYC is submitted, and it takes usually about a week to reflect the results on the system. That is to say that, whether the customer has passed eKYC or not. The next slide, yeah. So this is another way of performing the identity verification online, which is eKYC using a IC chip, the integrated chip, which is mounted on the document. So, and then the IC chip data is read and verified with the relevant authority. In Mercari Group, the My Number card is used for this method, and the integrated chip is read, and the electronic signature of the chip is read and verified with the public personal authentication service, which is known as JPKI, the Japanese Public Key Infrastructure. And at Mercari, this particular slide shows the flow of eKYC using the My Number card, which is with the IC chip. The chip is embedded on the My Number card. It is read and then verified with the authority, as I mentioned before, and the results are provided immediately. To the next slide. Now, according to the FSA guidelines, on anti-money laundering and financing terrorism, for customers who are foreign residents with a period of stay, the customer due diligence or KYC must be conducted in accordance with the customer risk. Now, what's the risk? The risk of account being sold or used in a crime. Therefore, it is required to have appropriate risk mitigation measures, and has to be applied when the customer is doing business with the group. For example, applying a transaction restriction when the extension of period of stay cannot be verified any longer. And foreign residents can use residence card and special permanent residence card for this verification. And in addition to their basic personal information like name, address, they need to provide nationality, visa type, and card expiry date. And with that, that's all about the current measures of eKYC. And now I'll pass over to you, Tim. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot for that. Okay, so we're going to talk about how these kind of things were perceived by the public. As Man mentioned, these kind of new rules to check what was the situation for the foreigners and how their potential identity document were used were not necessarily received, let's say, the right way. As the KYC team currently at Merpay is mostly composed of foreigners, you can easily imagine that personally we didn't receive the news very well when the law changed about that. And actually, yeah, as I mentioned, a potential issue related to these new measures is about the public reception of it. If we take a small look on SNS, it seems that we're not alone taking it so negatively, but the issue is not necessarily about the anti-fraud measure itself, but more about how it can be conveyed quite broadly. So basically, any new addition of a fraud control measure is most of the time an additional hassle for customers, And it's important that both the government agencies and Japanese companies keep in mind when deciding new anti-fraud laws and implementing these laws in the final product. So another thing we strongly have to consider are new emerging threats. One of the strongest threats around for some time already is the famous deepfake technology. So for those unfamiliar with it, deepfake is basically a way to manipulate media such as picture, a video, or audio track to replace the identity of a person through the use of machine learning and or artificial intelligence algorithms. For instance, with a base video of the person A and some material video of the person B, we can replace the person A in the video by the person B. Some of our viewers probably saw some of the most famous deepfakes out there, such as the fake Tom Cruise interview by Max Fisher, aka the Deep Tom Cruise, or Tobey Maguire replacing Tom Holland in the No Way Home Spider-Man trailer movie. But yeah, for the pure technical stuff, sadly, it's not my major expertise, so I prefer to avoid going too deep in the topic. But if some of you are interested and want to know a bit more about it, you can take a look at what is an autoencoder artificial neural network or generative adversarial networks. And basically, you'll get like much more information about that. As Man also mentioned, the materials such as videos that our application record is then manually checked to ensure that the person passing the identity verification is the holder of the identity document used. But you can imagine it's actually quite hard for a human to detect a deepfake when it's done correctly. This kind of workflow is used not only in Merpay, but by most of the products requiring the same kind of identity check level in the world. So to summarize, there is no technology that is a real threat when it comes to the identity verification, the way it's expected in Japan by the current legislation. While it's true that Japan needs to update its regulation to match with this reality, don't worry so much yet. We are not waiting for the law to evolve with work on more internal security measures. So there's many things I cannot really talk about, as you can imagine, especially because I don't want to give any hints at antisocial forces. But to stay vague enough, we started investigating this potential issue circa 2021. The purpose was to check the feasibility of bypassing our internal identity verification workflow, and to achieve this project, we could count on the help of the Mercari R4D team and some Japan university partners. This is quite a confidential project, so sadly, I have to stop talking about it here. Nevertheless, what I can say is that in addition to our internal identity verification systems, we also combat antisocial forces not only on the identity check, but through multiple ways. For instance, one other team outside of QIC is monitoring user behavior and detecting weird patterns in the application usage to ensure that our product is used in the intended way. Basically, you can consider QIC as one line of defense, but we have multiple other teams fighting alongside of us. Next, you might have heard a lot of things recently about the promotion of the mineable cards by the government. Basically, there is a law called the Partial Revision of the Law concerning the use of personal identification number to identity-specific individuals in administrative procedures, which is extremely long. And it got adopted recently. So the official stance is to operate a radical digitization of the society following the corona situation, so that like many administrative operations could be done online. It has multiple key points of amendments, but what is interesting for us is two of these specific key points. First of all, we have the merge of some ID documents into the mineable cards. For instance, at term, the health insurance cards will be completely merged into the mineable cards. What it means is that less documents will be available to perform eKYC in the near future, but that's not the biggest impact. The biggest one for the industry is the government pushing for the mineable card to be the only documents that can be used in the future when a user needs to perform eKYC. If you remember what one said before, this ID document embeds a microchip that is directly used to verify the personal information of the user, and that brings multiple benefits. First, we stop relying on manual verification. We trust the system and embedded signature of the mineable cards, which reduces the impact of the fake. Secondly, the user don't have to enter any information manually, which greatly improves the user experience and potential mistakes when someone can make, while registering to a fintech product. Finally, the identity verification workflow of the eKYC through My Number IC chip is instant. Users won't have to wait anymore when trying to register. While it's unclear at the time if the law will allow eKYC to be performed through the IC chip embedded in the My Number cards, we definitely can hope that the government decides to go this way for all the reasons exposed. And this is where it's interesting. When clearly the usage of My Number for identity verification will improve both safety and user experience, as we could see before, many people are still reluctant to use My Number in these situations. As an industry, we need to start doing better when it comes to explain to a customer why we change the way we do things in our products and how the law updates create a new need for the industry to adapt to its constant changes and evolution. Change is not necessarily negative things, as we could see. Nevertheless, it happens that too fast change brings it lots of complications, as many of you might have heard recently. Basically, there have been news of multiple issues about My Numbers recently. So let's take a look at the timeline. In January 2016, the Digital Agency of Japan started accepting registration from My Number cards holders' bank accounts to allow citizens to receive government benefits. Then between October 21 and May 23, we had a few issues happening. First, some people were issued improper residence certificate when trying to obtain it at company. Then later, it was also discovered that some health insurance information were linked to the wrong people. After that, in May 23, the Japan Digital Agency announced that they will need to check all bank account information that has been linked to the My Number national identification system after a number of ID cards were found to have been linked with someone else's information. While this kind of issues seem scary and paint the My Number system as unreliable, it's important to keep in mind that many of these issues are coming from the manual input, not necessarily the system itself. Ultimately, it doesn't mean that the My Number card is not a good option. It just needs to be refined and fixed so that the identity verification procedures of Japan can be safer and easier for everyone. From my point of view, even if some process improvement needs to be done, the My Number system is a very promising tool for the industry. And that concludes our presentation. So let's keep moving forward with identity verification innovations, and let's keep everyone safe. Please let us know what you think in the current survey after watching this session. Thank you, Man and Chris, and thank you everyone for attending and watching this session today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Hello, everyone. So we'll talk about the background for
のFIDO 導入
FIDO
の経緯と
deployment
これ
in
からの展
Mercari
望、
and
課題
also
から
future
見た学び
prospect
を
and
始めさ
learning
せてい
from
ただ
these
きます。
challenges. So we
パ
welcome
ネ
your
ルディスカッション
questions
中は
during the panel session. So you have any questions, so please post your question either on X or YouTube. And you can see the hashtag. And so once again, so your comments are welcome. You can see the hashtag Merpay Mercoin Tech Fest. So please use this hashtag so if you'd like to comment on X. So let me get started. So the first self-introduction. So we assume that today's audience understand FIDO's background. And so that based on that, I will share the story of what are the challenges we faced for FIDO deployment. So Daichiro-san, would you like to introduce yourself? So I'm from Mercari and again, iOS team. So 2019, I joined Merpay, and since 2021, so I work in the Mercoin team. So when I was working for Merpay, so I was responsible for the account integration and iOS authentication and authorization were my again area of responsibility. So that account opening function creation is currently the area of my responsibility. And Hide-san. So I'm from Merpay Android team, so I'm a Hide-ai. So I joined the Merpay in 2018. So that Merpay and so payment tab and also other functions are the area I engaged in. So the Merpay Android technical debt mitigation is my responsibility and FIDO. So that I mainly handle the deployment in Android. So thank you very much. So next is Koku Kuma-san. Hello. So the Mercari. So I belong to IDP team responsible for authentication and authorization. So for FIDO. So I engage in, again, formulating the overall structure and the vision for FIDO deployment. So I belong to IDP teams. I'm a product manager. So still I work in the FIDO domain. So I will act as a moderator today. So that's all for the panelist introduction. So let me move on to main topics. So we will spend next 10 minutes for an passkey and FIDO deployment in Mercari as well as the future prospect. And we'd like to spend the next 20 minutes for panel discussions with panelists today. So let me proceed to introductions of Mercari's FIDO passkey deployment. So here is that source of motivation. So that Mercoin system launch was a trigger because it required a high degree of securities. And because of that, so the Mercari account login status, after login, that we want to activate the Mercoin services, so for which we decided to use the FIDO, and also not only for Mercoin, for the services which are using the SMS, we are using this. So for Mercoin service and telephone number change and mail and password change and also on-chain payment, so the FIDO can be used. So this is the supporting environment. So we use the applications, and the web is currently planned, and passkey, synced passkey. But we used iOS 16 and Android version 9. So there are certain difference in terms of the version between FIDO and Mercari solutions, so that which will come back at the later at the time of panel discussion. So this is the actual status after release for FIDO credentials, so that 1.04 million users registered. So that you can see that SMS and OTP, so the time required for authentication success rate, SMS OTP, compared to that, FIDO is higher than 14%, and also the time required for success authentication is again one-fourth. Hence, that the FIDO produced a better customer experience. So before moving on to discussions, so that there are some certain terminologies we are used. For the FIDO credential setting page, we have a biometrics authentication screen, and you can see the FIDO credential name, so device-bound passkey for the biometrics authentication, so the passkey for synced passkey. So we would like to have Kokuma-san to explain this one. So let me add it to that. So that I think the Mercari's condition is a very unique in a way, because when it comes to passkey deployment, so the deployment location and so the access methodologies, usually the FIDO login is the standard use case for the native applications, so that the people use the FIDO at the time of login. So that's a typical use case. So when the passkey are not really used, so other methodologies, that the password and also ID. So the passkey is used as an optional, so that's the standard use case. But in case of Mercari, as already mentioned, we have a Mercoin. In order to meet the business requirement of a Mercoin, so we decided to use the FIDO. So Mercoin is a part of Mercari, so once people log into Mercari, so they can access the Mercoin. So, and this is a step-up authentication with FIDO. And Mercoin is not available on the web, but in app. In order to use a Mercoin, so the authentication, so we don't want user to again establish the browser to log in. So therefore, and so we have decided to use our own APIs. So for Mercoin, so with respect to phishing site, so we really wanted to minimize the risk associated with phishing site. So the password, SMS, OTP, so that we decided not to offer for Mercoin. So the Mercoin business requirement came first. So that's why we have decided to use FIDO. So therefore, that we are not really the same as the standard use case of a passkey. So that so if we use standard use case, so there's a lot of referential materials already available. Thank you very much. So based on that backdrop, so as a future prospect, so that we would like to use the FIDOs in a use case where currently SMS are used. And also that we'd like to use a FIDO at the time of login, and also want to grow that registration rate. So while offering the better security, we'd like to offer a safe environment for our users to have a transaction. So let us proceed to discussion part. So these are the topics, so the challenges at the type of implementation. Second point, I wish I knew back then. And the third point is the technically interesting story. So I have created a simple diagram to, again, facilitate the panel discussion. So you can pinpoint the area you are talking about.
First topic is the area you were struggling with the deployment of. First, Daichiro-san, who was in charge of iOS. I will ask you the question. Mercoin, Mercari app support version is the same, so you mentioned that there was a gap for the initial iOS version. But what sort of difficulty did you face with that? Thank you. Well, there are many areas that we struggled, but I think that there are two major points. First is the deployment of the authenticator was quite difficult. And according to this diagram where it says number 5 authenticator, and here the device making secret keys and signing. But iOS SDK provides the FIDO authenticator is only available for iOS 16 onwards, and because of that, in that environment, we needed to support iOS 14. And what we did was that we built that from scratch, and we deployed that from scratch to support iOS 14 and 15 devices. And so we built our own authenticator to authenticate those versions. And of course, there aren't that many precedents. And so W3C is issuing the spec. And so we were reading through the spec, and iOS engineers don't really do binary data. We were doing something that we weren't used to doing. Then the second topic would be the migration. What I mean is that iOS 14 and 15, we use our own authenticator, and the customers might update their device, and let's say they move on to iOS 16. And the iCloud passkey that's provided by Apple, and we have to move to the FIDO authenticator that's provided by Apple. And the interface between the one we built compared to the Apple authenticator was difficult to address. But the interface portion was based on the spec, and so there weren't that much difficulty. But there were different patterns of migrating, so that was quite difficult. Thank you very much. So for iOS, you faced this difficulty of not being able to use the official libraries. So how was Android, Hidewai-san? For Android, the authenticator deployment was okay because Google is provided the official libraries, so that was not a difficulty. But because they're wrapped with the library, and there were so many error codes that are wrapped by the library, so it was quite difficult to handle. I mean, we weren't sure what would happen if you used certain codes, and so that was some difficulty. Just to give you some specific example, was the Google Developer Service being used to access the authenticator, and there were some errors depending on the version. And we weren't able to find this before the release, and so that caused some trouble, and that was one example. Thank you. Well, Android had their own difficulties too. So server side, I would like to understand if you had any difficulties, but Kuma-san? Well, on the server side, in terms of the deployment, we didn't have that much difficulty, but rather than the deployment for the design, there's some difficulty we're facing as of now. Well, we introduced invite, and there were some issues caused by introducing that in parallel. I mean, in Mercoin, we use 5-fifths, and the key registration, if you use password, you might get caused the phishing. And so we started to ask the key to be registered on a passkey, and there's some UX issues caused by that. Of course, if you can't register passkey, you can use Mercoin. And when you try to register the second key, we got a lot of inquiries saying that they were not able to register the second key. So that's an area where we're having difficulties. But on the other hand, because it's mandatory, we don't have to appeal that much. If you appeal Mercoin, the key registration goes up quite significantly, so that's a secondary benefit that we're facing. Thank you. Well, client side and server side, I think we covered both sides. The next topic is, well, like Hidewa-san mentioned, the service that was developed by Google was involved, and we were not able to notice that. And related to the point, I mean, if you had any things that would have been avoidable if you knew about it, and that would be useful for some people. So I would like to hear from Daiichiro-san first. Well, some people are writing this in the comment, but building the authenticator ourselves is very difficult. So I think you should avoid doing that. Of course, before you release, you will go through the QA process and you do a lot of debugging. But even with that, when we do the release, we would be very worried, and it's not very good mentally. But of course, I think it's very important to consider how we provide the service to our customers. So if we were to do this again, we would not use our own authenticator and support anything beyond iOS 16 onwards. We won't use the homegrown authenticator. And the next point is the organization topic. Our members, Mercari, Merpay, Mercoin, people from each companies are involved, and communication amongst the companies were a bit difficult for us. Mainly because I'm not used to speaking in English. And the points that I wanted to convey was not well communicated and wasted some time. And that was a learning for me. So when you're working with some members that you're not used to working, then I think you need to be more careful about the communication. That applies to both of us. Yes. So let's ask Hidewa-san. How about you? Well, with regards to the communication, I fully agree. I mean, there were cases where I should have been more careful. But talking about Androids, it's a little bit different to being able to avoid it if I knew about it. But if it was the Syncate passkey support, then it would have been easier. Well, it's related to the product release timing, so I think it was inevitable. But if possible, single passkey the so-called passkey. If that was the only support that was required, then the ultimate deployment would have been easier and the deployment would have been nicer. That's, yes, I fully agree. And related to that point, well, Mercari device, and we moved on to single passkey later, and device one passkey was initially used, and because of that, the CS customer support got a lot of inquiries of not being able to use it.
So the most of the inquiries from customers using a device plus passkey, so it would have been a lot easier if we only offered a single passkey. You're right. I agree with you, Kokuma-san. We got a lot of inquiries from the customers who are using the device plus passkey. And that's something we'd like to improve. So let's move on to next topic. Anything enjoyable from a technical perspective? So we talk about the challenges and pain point and where you struggle, but by, again, using FIDO, so what excited you most technically? So Kokuma-san, please. Well, it might not be an exciting thing. If we are to use the FIDO, but probably the account login or the UIs are the main focus. So I think that if we considered a login path, so which used to be a very complicated, but I think that by introducing the FIDO, we are able to simplify the login path as well as access path. Daichiro-san, what about you? That the thing I enjoyed most, so for the smartphone development, for using the smartphone features, well, it was very interesting because we can tap into smartphone features. So we use the homegrown authentificators and also for the biometric authentication. So sometimes for that, the device are needed, and iCloud Passkey and iOS 16. So latest API was used. So that means that we didn't really have any, again, publicly available documentation. So it was really challenging. But once we accomplished, so we felt, again, a sense of accomplishment. So again, we have more than 1 million users using FIDO already. For authentication function, that the entry gate function. So so we have a lot of customers are using that. So in a way, so we are able to make a significant impact. So that I felt really proud of myself in being in this type of project. So Hirewai-san. Personally, every time we deployed a new technology, so that also itself is very exciting. So I personally enjoyed this project. So that embedding the new features into existing frameworks. So we did some research initially. So I loved the kind of research. So I personally truly enjoyed. And IAP side deployment. So once the first authentication was success, so we usually do some demo, but again, it's not really a high profile exciting demo that we didn't have the people got excited by looking at the initial demo, so that was a little bit disappointing. But for when it comes to authentication feature, so that I think once in several years, so I engage myself in this type of project. So it's good, so I can get a lot of, again, the stimulation by being the part of this type of project. Thank you. So there are some difficulties and also the excitement. So thank you very much for wonderful stories. So I think there's one question. So after covering the summary, so I'd like to ask the answer the questions. So for iOS 15 or lower, so it was quite difficult to do some deployment in a fully customized way. So for the FIDO, how to again embed the FIDO into existing product. So it's kind of fun to think about that. So that even though it's not really a high profile features, it was good. So you haven't really considered using the FIDO from a native application. So is there any, again, that are concerned and for deployments? So like from an app to web browser, and so native browser after it's open, so that proceed to FIDO, so that kind of path. So when we consider that kind of path, so from iOS to an authenticator, so native API wasn't available. So that's why we considered WebAuth and others. So that was on the table. But especially Mercoin, we're not using the FIDO at the time of login, but for an after login. So when the user try to use a Mercoin feature, and then at that time that FIDO kicks in. So in this, again, use cases, so it's a little bit strange for me to consider whether user will, again, open the browser in the middle of the process, and the product side said no. So that's why we didn't really think about that. So for it's related to user experience because we just wanted to make sure that to have an excellent user experience. So I still remember that. I hope that answered the question. So any other questions? So again, so if you have any additional questions, so please put your questions or comments on YouTube. So that's all for panel discussion. So please give us the feedback and in the survey later on. So once again, thank you very much for watching. Time again flies so quickly, so now it's time for closing. So we completed day one session, so thank you very much. So we have 3 members in this closing. So there are several information we'd like to share, and also we'd like to offer some recommendations for day 2. So I'm a moderator, so I'm Hidaka. And I invited 2 speakers for day 2, so please introduce yourself. So I'm a Mercari engineer, Sabe John. So the Pedro is my Slack name, so call me Pedro. So thank you. Please. Merpay fraud prevention team. So I'm Lee, so I work in the fraud detection platform. So the Pedro-san and Lee-san. So would you introduce your session tomorrow? But before that, we'd like to collect the survey forms. So as I mentioned, so we'd like to correct the survey format every day. So I know that we have 150 viewers, so we'd like to encourage you to give us a survey so that you may win this Mercari and towels and also the Unleash Mercoin Tech. So please give us the feedback.
I think it's okay for the employees to apply, so I hope you would all apply. And the URL is shown on the top chart of YouTube, Mercari Dev JP account. There is an announcement from that page, and so please use that URL. And if you can't find the chat, if you could go to the YouTube outline, second line of the outline, it talks about the questionnaire. And so please, thank you very much for waiting, the 2 of you. We would like to talk about tomorrow's talk session. I'm sure you recommend all the talk sessions, but we wanted to focus on a few of them. Pedro, starting from you. I would love to see all of the tech sessions. But I have 3 sessions that I focus on. First is my session, starting from 12:10. Merpay post-payment and smart money payment platform microservice evolution. And in this session, Merpay's payment platform, starting from the beginning to the ideal evolution, I will be talking about the changes and the existing Microsoft service separation and the data migration will be touched. So the microservice architecture optimization, if you have any challenges there, I hope that this will be a good reference. And the next one is from 140, which is the constant point reimbursement development for Mercari. And deferred payment will be a condition for point reimbursement, but there are several complex conditions for giving back the points. And the point reimbursement service is connected to microservices, and so the point reimbursement system, I would love to understand how they built this system. I'm sure they had a lot of difficulties, so I'd love to learn. And the last one, the third session, would be the machine learning quality assurance and risk management for fintech. And this, I am personally a back-end engineer, and this is an area that I'm interested in. especially the machine learning model performance evaluation seems to be quite difficult, and in fintech services, a more strict quality is required. So I would love to understand how they operate this. Yes, I'm really interested as well. So of the three, the Pedro's presentation, I think you mentioned a little bit, but the difficulty and the benefits are also covered in this session? Yes. So it would be nice if the audience would listen to that point. And date-wise, it will start from 12:10, so I guess this is the first session tomorrow, yes. So I would be very grateful if you could continue on watching this session after the opening. That was the three sessions that Pedro focuses on. So Lee-san, thank you very much. Can you introduce us with the sessions that you're focused on? First session will be my session and my team member of quick fraud detection using the transaction attribute data on an hourly basis. Before the machine learning does the inference, the fraud could be completed and we might be reacting too late. And so in order to solve that issue, a mechanism to make this quicker, and we'll be talking about the deployment method. This is not just for fraud detection, but using the machine learning rather than the hourly batch, we wanted to use the inference result, and this could be a good use case, so I hope you would join. And the other one would be the one on the right. From the ML team, the activities of using LLM for Merpay and Mercoin. LLM or by using generative AI, including the service improvements. We're planning to share some of the productivity gains internally. And in this session, Mercari generative AI lead Yuki-san will be joining. And I think we will be able to listen to generative AI broadly within Merpay and Mercoin. And the last one will be the background to the growth initiative that supported Mercard issuing exceeding 1 million card. Not just for Mercard, but one user, as the one user of Mercard, I would like to understand what's happening behind the scenes. So that's why I'm focusing on this session. Well, thank you very much. Well, there were some fintech technology terms, but you talked about fraud detection, but you're trying to find the people who are conducting malicious activities, and you're trying to protect the customers, right? Yes. And it would be nice if you could talk about the different efforts that we're putting in there. Yes. This is related to safe and reassuring payment, and I hope that this will be a good inspiration for ideas by the other people. Yes, I think the good part about technology is that it could be applied to different areas. So thank you very much, Lee-san. Pedro and Lee were here to pick up on some of the highlights for tomorrow, and I'm sure you can enjoy all the sessions. And the sessions of the two speakers will start from 12:10 to 2:35. And are these videos? Yes, these are videos. So I guess this live talk is probably the biggest wave for you. Yes. So if you have any questions after watching the video, are you able to respond to those questions later? Yes, of course. And that way, we would like to respond to your questions on a real-time basis, and you can ask a basic question. So during the event, please feel free to raise questions. And lastly, Lee-san and Pedro-san, I'm going to do some YouTuber move. This channel, we have 4,200 people registered, so I hope you would register and receive some notifications. And so, what, do you know how to give us the high rating? I mean, there's this, when you open the YouTube button, it would be nice if you could give us a good rating. Thank you very much. And the surveys, as I explained earlier, Merpay Mercoin, and we are looking for software engineers. But after listening to the session, if you're interested, please check out the recruitment page on the homepage. Next slide. We are starting at 12 tomorrow, so I'm looking forward to meeting you again. This is probably the most important point. And so during your work hours, or you can join with your colleague at your office, I hope you would all join and recommend to your colleagues. Thank you very much. You might have been nervous, but to the 150 audience who are viewing today, thank you very much for viewing today. I will be looking forward to seeing you again. Lastly, if you could give a big round of applause to the speakers. I'm clapping my hand, but you probably don't see that. Thank you very much. We will be starting at 12 again tomorrow. So that will be the closing. And thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you again. Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye-bye. I can't wave my hand. Thank you.